I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need, and I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. Yeah! I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need, and I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus will make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. Oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for Saint Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click, 'cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. Oh, all the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children's laughter fills the air, and everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just want to see my baby standing right outside my door. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas is you, baby. 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 Excuse me, I think I sneezed a little bit there. It sounded very strange, I know, but it's just normal for this time of year. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the QuvarTV show. I will be your Quvar for the evening. It's a pleasure to see you here on this very special day. Ah! Sorry, I got real big all of a sudden. I hope you don't mind. Let me, just bring that down a little bit. We'll be a little big today, why not? It's a big day, after all. But hello, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic Halloween. I know I am, with a nice, raucous snowstorm on Halloween today. I was welcomed outside by Mariah Carey's bells a ringing off in the distance, and I just knew. I knew today was the day, and I had no way to deny that this was the way it was meant to be. always and forever. And I was going to do a funny thing. I didn't have time for it because work and dinner and then starting stream. So the starting soon was a little long today, I think, because I was trying to set up a Christmas overlay screen that I just purchased off of some random website just now, but I couldn't get it to work right away because it's actually a WebM file, and it would have taken a lot longer to set up. So I'm going to have that for the future at some point that I can use because I spent $7 on it. But today's not the day I'm using it. Someday in the future, we'll be all Christmassy, just the way it's meant to be. Maybe we'll do it on like the 4th of July or something. I don't know. We'll see. So instead, I decided we should start the only way we know how, with a song. Because I was told I need to sing more on stream, and I'm going to do that occasionally in small little bits and pieces here and there from time to time. But now, right here, right now, I am here to say Happy Halloween and Merry Halloween as well to you and you. I wrote a very short little poem on my Twitter to announce the stream. I did this all in the final few moments before I had to hit starting soon. So it's not the most elegant thing, but it's a little treat of some sort. The first thing we'll read today will just be this little poem here. 'Twas the night of Halloween, and all through the house unknowable creatures were stirring. It's not safe. Run, wee ones, away from this place. Run as fast as you can with the greatest of haste. It won't be enough, for the creatures get a taste. Happy Halloween! Congratulations, puppy, on getting that love at first sight. You were so incredibly fast and brave, as always. And thank you, puppy and Penguin, both for being here. Before the stream even started, it was very sweet of you to be excited and to know that there is a stream going live today and being interested in being here for the very beginning of it. I appreciate that. Puppy was very speedy, very nyum, and hello, Gary, as well. I hope you're having a wonderful day yourself. Pleasure to see you. Hold on, I gotta go to Gusman. There we go. Hold on, did I put a hat on? I put a hat on. Hat be gone. Hat's gone. Missed first, congrats. Well, you did miss first, but you were here early. Very early, and that's a success. A great celebration. Congratulations. And thank you, Penguin, for contributing to the Blow Up a Balloon Challenge. I have definitely purchased the balloons that I need for this challenge. I've definitely purchased them, and they are on their way. Buy balloons after stream. Underline 3 times. Yes, I'm prepared for this. And thank you, Puppy, for the 2 more entries to the Quarry Deluxe Edition raffle. That's right, for those of you who may be interested in winning the Quarry Deluxe Edition on Steam, I have a Steam code available for you. All you need is 888 Bs per raffle entry. You can still get up to 2 raffle entries on this stream, and the raffle will end at the end of the stream before we go, and we'll decide and figure out both of those things, who is the one who will win. As you can see, I am ready and raring to go to read with my nice thick tongue that is flocking all over my fucking mouth. So thank you, Gary, for contributing to the Blow Up a Balloon Challenge. And for the raffle entries as well. Yes, happy spooky Halloween, fellow spooky people. Small get it together, if you will. So I'll be in and out. Also, fingers. We get some trick-or-treaters. Else all the candies from me. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Trailblaze Power Full. Fuck you. Has it really been that long since I played? Goddamn Star Rail. I don't have time to play video games sometimes at work, so then they just sit there and nothing happens. Anyways, absolutely, Gary. Take care. I hope you have a fun get-together, and I hope you get some good candy for yourself, even if it's not all of it, or if it is all of it. I did not buy any Halloween candy this year. I will go, perhaps, tomorrow or something and see if I can get some discounted stuff at the store. I'll get all of the shitty stuff for like $1. It'll be great. But best of luck. Have a wonderful time. Take care. Get some good candy. Share the candy if there's anything left. I would also enjoy some candy. Something is off about this. About what? What's wrong? I don't understand. There's nothing off about any of this, is there? It's not Christmas, but... Well, see, the thing was, the last time I did one of these properly was for Kuvar Week during Christmas, I believe, or around that time frame. So it was the thumbnail I had made up that was like a nice Christmassy background, and it was reading for the holidays with red and green fonts, and I was like, I'm just going to reuse that thumbnail, but for Halloween now, so it's the same sort of thing. So this is actually way more appropriate, and in being way more appropriate, feels so much more wrong. It felt so much more right to read a bunch of spooky stories during, like, December. That just felt good. This feels weird. It feels weird and wrong, but I will continue doing it, and it'll be good. All I want for Christmas is cool, baby. Thank you all for dancing, for cheering, for all your wiggle waggles and everything. I appreciate it. Big day for a big bear. Where's a big bear? That sounds spooky. I bet there are some people dressed up as bears out there. I'm dressed as a bear, in fact, but I'm not a bear. I'm just dressed as one. Yep. Christween. Christween! Some people have to be weaned off of Christ. They can't just let it go cold turkey. Very classic Cure move. It's really funny that just the standard word classic is an emote on 7TV of a chuckling baby duck smoking a cigarette. So just saying classic in all lowercase letters, as most people will just make that emote happen. Should I be staying? I wanted to visit briefly and get my streak bees. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Take care, Bob Saget, Dag Nabbit. I hope you have a wonderful, fantastic Halloween and enjoy your bees. Pong Atari was a technological marvel that captured the world. A simple but elegant game of 2 paddles, 1 ball, and all courage. It birthed a new renaissance, a new zeal for artistry that hasn't stopped burning to this day. Video games. Also, there's this cute penguin lady. She's art too. Damn. I need to fix that still. Fast as fuck, always. So fast. Go watch the growth of my sweet, precious baby boy puppy. He is amazing, and his embodiment is so big and so strong, and I'm so proud of him. An artist that only gets stronger and more unstoppable day by day. Cheerful, sweet, adorable, and speedy as fuck. Love my boy. Are you winning, son? Yes, he is. Today's Star Terrible, let's just say that is all. Knives, yeah. Yeah, fantastic. Well, I hope that even though it started terrible, it will only get better from here. Take all the cares that you can. Get all the candy you can for yourself that you need to feed and believe in the future of candy. Sure. Thank you for releasing the bees as well. Snuggs up under my blankets. That is the time. The duck is saying classic, actually. Classic. Classic. I think the duck is saying quassic, like quack, quacks, quacks, quack. Quassic. Quack, 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 quack. Ready for spooks? It is about time for that, isn't it? With that all being said, with all of that out of the way, with all of this preamble over and done with, perhaps we should say quassic, quassic, quack. Yep, just like that. We can bundle up, get comfy and cozy, wrap yourself in Halloween candy wrappers, but also maybe something a little softer because that might be a little abrasive, as they say. Jerry Stories friend was absolutely. We'll have a great time. Take care, Bob Saget. Grab yourself some candy if you have some. Get yourself maybe a mug of hot cocoa, maybe some tea, whatever you got. Get as comfy as you can because we're going to sit back, relax, and we're going to read some spooky, scary stories today. I have a number of them available, prepared. I don't know how many we'll get through, if we'll run out of ones that I have prepared, or how this is going to go. So let's just start off immediately with a little story called Attention Shoppers. Please hide at the back of the store immediately. And we begin. I suppose. Question. Would you all like the atmospheric ambiance of the crackling fire in the background as I read these stories? I do it pretty often, but I don't do it all the time. And sometimes people aren't necessarily inclined to want that. Yeah? Okay. We'll get a nice crackling ambiance out there. Fireplace. It's going to get so fucking comfy in here, you won't be ready for this. All right. There it is. Let me know if you need me to turn it up or down or whatever volume is comfortable for you. Some light little crackle right now for me. Drink a little water. Yes, good crackles. Good crackles, good fire, good Elmo. And now we begin.
Attention shoppers!
Came a male voice over the intercom.
Please move to the back of the store immediately.
The back of the store? I whispered to Daniel. Don't they mean the front of the store? To pay for our stuff? It was 8:50 p.m. 10 minutes till closing time. We had brought our 2 kids out on this late-night Walmart excursion in the hopes of burning off some energy. Instead, they had just thrown tantrums for new Legos and Hot Wheels. It was a disaster. But apparently, the disaster was only just beginning. Hello, Maisie. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful time. It is going well. I'm just getting started with my spooky, scary Halloween celebration where we read some scary stories for everybody. So feel free to get comfy, get yourself some candy, some hot cocoa, a blanket, whatever you got, whatever you need. Sit back and relax while I continue the story.
Please move to the back of the store immediately.
The voice repeated overhead.
This is not a drill.
I glanced around, but the other shoppers were just as confused as I was. An old lady looked up at the ceiling, scrunching her face.
What the hell?
A dark-haired woman asked her boyfriend, pushing a cart full of garden supplies.
Didn't you hear?
An older man said, leaning over his cart of bottled water and canned food.
We're in a tornado watch. 1 touchdown in Sawyerville.
A tornado? It was definitely storming outside. I'd seen the black clouds roll in from the east earlier, but it didn't look that bad.
Do not stay out in the open. I repeat, do not stay out in the open.
There was a pause. Then, an explosion of sound as everyone began to mobilize. Carts rolling, panicked voices, feet slapping on the floor. No, this can't be happening. I hurried down the toy aisle, Tucker in my arms, Daniel and Jackson following me. 3 zigzaggy turns, and then we were in the electronics area. I glanced at the TVs on the wall and pictured the 4 of us crushed underneath them.
Stay away from windows and doors,
the voice continued on the loudspeaker.
And do not attempt to exit the store.
Is it safe here? Daniel shook his head. Big open areas aren't good. I'm gonna check in back, see if there's a break room or something. You stay here, okay? I nodded. Arms shaking, I sat down on the ground between 2 shelves of video games. Tucker sucked on a bottle in my arms while Jackson began to giggle.
Is the tornado going to hit the store? And everything will fly around real fast?
He asked with a big stupid grin on his face. I don't know. A tornado. A real-life tornado. Like you see in the movies, plowing through our town. It was so unfathomable. We were New York natives, transplanted here to Indiana only 6 months ago, but I'd never been in a tornado watch my entire life. Daniel jogged back into view. Everything's locked up, he said, as he joined me on the floor. But listen, Fairview's a big town. The chances it'll hit this Walmart, I think we'll be okay. I never should have brought us here. You didn't know. None of us did. He wrapped his arm around me. They should have warned us, like an emergency alert on our phones, or a tornado siren or something. The voice overhead rang out again through the store.
Do not stay out in the open. Do not make yourself visible. That includes security cameras. Please move to a spot that is not visible to any cameras.
I frowned. What does that have to do with tornadoes? A feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. I glanced up and saw several black globes descending from the ceiling, hiding the cameras within. I guess we should listen to them and get out of sight, I whispered. I grabbed Jackson's hand. Daniel picked up Tucker, and we jogged out into the center aisle. The store was an eerie sight. Abandoned shopping carts askew in the aisle, full of everything from pies to batteries to plants. Footsteps echoed around the store from people unseen as they found their new hiding places. We dodged a shopping cart full of soda, ran through kitchenwares, and then stopped in the Easter decoration aisle. There was a camera in the central corridor, but as long as we stayed in the middle of the Easter aisle, we'd be invisible. The four of us crouched on the floor, next to some demented-looking Easter bunnies.
I'm hungry,
Jackson whined. Shh.
Mommy.
I grabbed a bag of colorful chocolate eggs and ripped it open. Here, candy. Happy? I whispered, thrusting them into his hands. Then I leaned back against the metal shelves, panting. But I didn't have long to rest. A mechanical whine overhead, and then the voice came through the speakers again.
Keep away from aisles with food. If you have food with you, leave it and move to a new hiding place. If you have any open wounds, cover them with clothing.
What the fuck? That had nothing to do with keeping safe in a tornado. We should make a run for it, Daniel whispered to me, starting to stand. But the tornado... I don't think there's a tornado. Listen. Do you hear any wind? I listened, but all I heard was silence. No howling wind. No shaking ground. No projectiles clanging against the metal roof. Maybe it's still coming. I know what they're saying doesn't make any sense, but to go outside? We need to get out of here. Now. He grabbed Jackson's hand as he held Tucker in his arms. Come on. Daniel, I don't think that's a good idea, I whispered. But the next words from the intercom changed my mind.
Assume a fetal position and place your hands on your head. Close your eyes and do not open them for any reason.
Let's go. We broke into a sprint and ran down the center aisle. Cameras be damned. The front door appeared in front of us, a little black rectangle looming in the distance. And as we got closer, I saw Daniel was right. There was a tree at the border of the parking lot under a street lamp. It was perfectly still. We continued running, past the clothing area, past the snacks lined up at the checkout lines. I ran towards the sliding glass doors as fast as my legs would carry me. Almost there. The doors didn't open. No. Daniel slammed his body against the door. It rattled underneath him. I tried to squeeze my fingers into the gap between them to try and pull them apart. They didn't budge. They locked us in, I whispered.
I want to go home,
Jackson said. Tucker was beginning to fuss too, making little noises like he was about to start full-on wailing. I turned around, and that's when I saw him. A Walmart employee. He was sitting on the ground at the end of one of the checkout aisles, facing away from us, wearing the familiar blue vest with a golden starburst. Hey, let us out! He didn't reply. Did you hear me? I don't care if there's a fucking tornado. Unlock the door and let us out. Again, he said nothing. But in the silence, I could hear something. A wet, smacking sound. I stared at the man, slightly hunched over, still facing away from me. Was he eating something? The speaker overhead crackled to life.
Attention! Please do not talk to any Walmart employees.
My blood ran cold. The smacking sound stopped. And then, slowly, the man began to stand. He placed his palms on the conveyor belt and pushed up, and I could see that they were stained with blood. I backed away. My legs felt like they were moving through a vat of honey. No, no, no. Fingers locked around my arm and yanked. "Come on!" Daniel shouted. I sprinted after him, deeper into the store. Tucker stared at me over his shoulder, and Jackson ran as fast as his little feet would take him. I was vaguely aware of the slap, slap, slap sound behind me, but I didn't dare look back. Daniel ran to the clothing area, and I swayed, dodging circular racks of t-shirts and wooden displays of baby clothes. He skidded to a stop and ducked into the dressing room area. "In here," he whispered, motioning at one of the rooms. We piled inside and locked the door.
Daddy?
Jackson started. "You listen to me very carefully," I said, crouching to his level. "You have to be absolutely silent. Do not say a word, okay?" Jackson looked at me, then Daniel. Then he nodded and sat down on the floor. "I'm going to try to call 911, Daniel whispered, transferring Tucker to me and pulling out his phone. He tapped at the screen, then frowned. "What?" We don't seem to have any service. I don't... I grabbed Jackson and pulled him away from the door. The four of us huddled in the corner. I held my breath. I grabbed Jackson and pulled him away from the door. Under the gap of the dressing room door, men's feet in black shoes. They slowly took a step forward, deeper into the dressing room. "Don't move," I whispered, holding Jackson. The man took another step. "Don't make a sound. Don't move. Don't..." Tucker let out a soft cry. The man stopped. His feet turned, pointing at us. "No, no, no, no." Tucker let out another cry, louder this time. My nails dug into Daniel's hand. "No." A hand appeared. It slowly pressed against the floor, stained with blood. And then his knees appeared, as he lowered himself down to the gap. No. Could he fit under? The gap wasn't small. It was like the stall door to a bathroom. If he flattened himself against the floor, there's a chance he could fit under. I watched in horror as his stomach came into view, his blue Walmart vest, as he lowered his body to the floor. Then he pushed his arm under the gap and blindly swept it across the floor, as if feeling for us. This is it. We're going to die. And then he lowered his head. His face. Oh, God. There's something horribly wrong with his face. He smiled up at us with a smile that was impossibly wide, showing off blood-stained teeth. His skin was so pale it was nearly blue, and his eyes, they were milky white, without pupils or irises. I opened my mouth to scream.
"Attention shoppers!"
The voice began overhead. "No, no, no."
"Please make your way to the front of the store and make your final purchases. We will be closing in 10 minutes.
What? And then, before I could react, something unseen jerked the man out of view. A strange, dragging sound followed, as if someone was dragging his body out of the dressing room area. I stared at the door, shaking, as Tucker's cries rang in my ears. But he didn't come back. And within 10 minutes, the usual hubbub of Walmart returned. Voices, footsteps, shopping cart wheels rolling along the floor. Shaking, I finally got up and unlocked the door. The store looked completely normal. People were lined up at the cash registers, placing their goods in conveyor belts. Employees were scanning tags, printing receipts. People walked toward the glass doors, and when they did, they slid open. As we slowly walked toward the exit, I spotted the older man who had warned us about the tornado earlier. What was that? I asked, unable to keep my voice from shaking. He shrugged. I guess the tornado missed us. What a miracle, huh? Giving us a smile, he disappeared out the glass doors and into the night. End of that story. Hello, Lulu. Welcome to the stream. Or should I say, welcome to your Lulurk. I hope you have a wonderful, fantastic time. I hope that your party goes well, you have a ton of fun, and celebrate the nice, spooky holiday season. I will mark down your entry to the Quarry raffle. If you are still able to hear, you can enter twice during the stream if you are interested in that. Regardless, I got your one here. And absolutely, take care. I love you. Have a wonderful, fantastic party. Look up and you may see Lucia, shining beacon in the sea of stars above. She swims so naturally. A wonderful, comfy streamer and fantastic artist whom you can listen to for days on end and never tire of her voice and mind. You'll love her, I guarantee it. So that was a decent story. It was a little spooky there. It's unclear what exactly happened. It kept a lot up to the imagination, which can often be good in a story like this, where it leaves you to kind of wonder what's going on. Nothing inherently particularly horrible happened, but it was the implication of what could have happened, and it was decently well written. I enjoyed that one. Wah. Camera, flash, lightning. Change pace so fast. It did change pace a little bit quickly. That'll happen in some of these stories. They move at a quick clip, a very quick pace, as it were. Now we can move on to the next spooky story. We'll read one entitled 911 Transcript. The Pretty Room. Call on 29/11/2022 at 15:27 p.m. Dispatcher. 911, what's your emergency? Caller.
I'm lost
You're lost.
and cold. Really cold.
What's your name?
Brian?
Brian. And how old are you, Brian?
8.5.
Do you think I'd be able to talk to Mom or Dad?
They're not here. I'm lost.
Okay. How did you end up getting lost, Brian?
I woke up here.
And what does here look like, Brian?
It's a dark room. Really dark. I don't know. I'm shining my phone light, but it's too dark. The floor is hard. It smells. There's a brick missing in the wall. I see grass. I think I see a red maple tree, but shadows keep blocking my sight.
A red maple tree. Wow. You sure know your trees.
There are lots of them in my town. Grandma likes them.
Good work, Brian. You could still be nearby. Okay. Well, let's work backwards. Perhaps you could tell me where you live.
I'm not supposed to tell strangers.
I know, but I need to ring your mom or dad, Brian. I need to let them know that you're okay. They'll be worrying about you. Do you know how I might be able to reach them? My name's Sarah, by the way.
They're not alive anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Who looks after you?
Grandma?
Okay. How would I reach Grandma? What's her address or phone number?
I don't know.
Do you know the town?
Yeah. We live in...
Redacted! Well done. That's quite far away from here, but don't worry. I'll need Grandma's name to find her address.
I just call her Grandma. I don't know her name. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. What's your surname, Brian?
Smith?
Thank you, Brian. Dispatcher speaks off phone. They're looking for her now, okay?
Okay. I'm really scared.
Well, it was very grown up of you to ring us, Brian. I'm going to need you to carry on being a big boy and help me out, okay?
Okay.
Starting from the beginning, what's the last thing you remember before you woke up? Were you with Grandma?
No, I was walking home from school.
On your own?
Timmy was with me.
What's Timmy's surname, Brian?
Brown.
Thank you. Dispatcher speaks off phone. Trees, a Ouija board? I don't think there's a Ouija board involved, but it's possible. Redacted. Yep, redacted. Hello, Shen. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're a wonderful, fantastic day. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for contributing to the Blow Up Balloon Challenge, which I'm definitely ready for whenever that completes. So big and so strong. I'm so big and so strong. We're just reading some spooky, scary stories here, so feel free to get comfy and enjoy your evening with us. Redacted Smith. Parents had a sense of humor. I mean, his name is Brian. It's Brian Smith. He lives in Redacted. But yeah, if his parents redacted his name or just named him Redacted, that'd be quite the name. Ouija board to contact parents. Ah, that could be handy. That could be a helpful way to contact them if needed. Such a big and strong boy. That's me! I'm a big and strong boy! Oh no, Brian. Brian is a big and strong boy because he's helping the dispatcher and he called 911. I understand. I get it. It's always about Brian. Brian gets all the praise. Oh, he's so strong. He's so big. I hope his grandma's dead, too. Yes, but you can be big and strong, too. Yeah, I can! Thanks, Shen. That'll really help us, Brian. You're doing a fantastic job. What happened to you and Timmy?
He went around the corner and vanished.
And then what happened?
I spent a few minutes searching for him on
Redacted.
And then I heard rustling in the bushes by the road. There was a man. An old man.
Do you think you'd be able to describe him?
He had a black coat.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't remember. Have you found me? I watched a show with cops who could find people through phones.
We've tried to triangulate the call, but we've not been able to pinpoint your location.
Oh. Okay. You know, it looks really windy out there.
Dispatcher speaks off phone. Brian, one of our officers just spoke with your grandma. She said you've been missing for 5 months.
But I only just woke up.
Do you remember what happened before the dark room? Do you remember any other place in which you might have stayed?
But I was walking home from school yesterday.
Brian, you and Timmy Brown went missing 5 months ago.
I want to go home.
I know, Brian. I want you to come home too. Do you think you could be brave for me and look around the room with your phone?
Maybe. It smells.
I know, but it might help us. especially if you could get a better look through that gap in the wall.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian. Remember, I can't see what's happening. You'll have to keep me updated as you move.
I'm shining my light around me. There's a locked door on the far side. I tried opening it earlier and the smell's getting worse. Ah! Oh.
Brian, are you okay?
It's wearing Timmy's clothes.
What do you mean, Brian?
There's a skeleton on the floor. It's wearing Timmy's clothes.
Okay. Stay calm, Brian. Please stay calm. Dispatcher speaks off phone. Officers are searching the road on which you went missing, Brian.
Are they gonna find me?
Yes, Brian.
And it won't take 5 months?
I promise. Is there anything else in the room that might help? The gap in the wall, maybe. Would there be any way for you to escape?
It's only missing 1 brick. I can't fit through there.
Okay. What can you see through it?
Let me get closer. Yeah. I'm shining my torch. Yeah. I'm too small. I can just see grass and the red maple tree. Everything's so weird out there. It keeps getting really dark.
What do you mean, Brian?
It's hard to see things. And it's really windy.
Door unlocks.
Oh no.
Brian?
I have to hang up. I don't want him to find my phone.
Call ends on 29/11/2022 at 15:39 p.m. Call on 29/11/2022 at 16:50 p.m.
"911, what's your emergency?"
It's me.
Who is this?
It's Brian. Where's Sarah?
Dispatcher speaks off phone. 1 second, Brian. Switches line. Brian, it's Sarah.
Hi.
Are you okay?
I turned off my phone to save my battery, but I think he knows I have it.
What happened, Brian?
He said he knew I'd been misbehaving, and he didn't mind, but he'd have to slow the world down. And then he hurt me. He cut the skin off my feet. He made me watch as he put it over Timmy's bones.
Brian.
He said he's gonna save my prettiness because time is ugly. He said a little thing like me couldn't understand time because I've not spent it. I'm scared.
We're going to find you before he can hurt you again. I promise.
It's been days. Where are you? You said you'd find me soon.
Brian, it hasn't been days. We were just talking on the phone an hour ago.
No, we weren't. I don't know why you keep making things up.
Brian, you've experienced a horrible thing, and
I think this room is evil, Sarah. I haven't been able to sleep. It's always light outside.
can you still see the maple tree?
Yeah, but it's not windy outside anymore. It's just calm. Sunny and calm. All day. Every day.
I don't think that's the sun, Brian. especially not at this time. It's almost night.
But it's so bright out there, and I can still see it. The maple tree.
Listen, local officers have been scouring every inch of your hometown. They're certain that they're getting close.
The man in the black coat. He doesn't feed me very well. I ate a sandwich yesterday, but I'm so hungry. He said he'll keep me just about pretty enough.
Dispatcher speaks off phone. Brian, I've just been told something that I don't quite understand and...
Oh no, he's back. I can hear him.
Call ends on 29/11/2022 at 16:53 p.m. Hello, Quasar. Welcome to the stream. You're here just in time for a totally normal story that's totally fine and not spooky in any way. Thank you for the raffle entry. You can have 2 raffle entries per stream if you're interested in that. And thank you for contributing to the Blow Up a Balloon challenge as well. I've been having a fantastic Halloween so far. Call on 29/11/2022 at 17:31 p.m. "911, what is your emergency?"
It hurts.
Brian?
He took the skin from my hands. It hurts to hold my phone. He said we still have a long way to go to make Timmy pretty enough.
Brian, I don't understand. You shouldn't be.
The sun hurts so much. Why won't it set?
I don't know, Brian. Responding officers uncovered a door in a woodland hollow near Redacted. It led to an underground room containing the blood-stained clothes of the 2 victims and decomposing bone fragments belonging to Brian Smith. Forensics experts believe Timothy Brown's remains have been removed from the scene of the crime. A phone was found in the room. Testing would confirm it to be the same device used on dispatch calls between Brian Smith and Sarah Radcliffe, ruling out the possibility of an external caller fabricating the events transcribed above. Inexplicably, though officers discovered Brian Smith's corpse at 16:47 p.m., Radcliffe continued speaking with the victim until his phone ran out of battery at 19:09 p.m. Fellow officers corroborated Radcliffe's story of the overlap between the phone call and the body's discovery. Investigators maintain a significant interest in the suspect's frequent references to the passage of time. However, as of the present date, our department has been unable to provide a rational explanation for conflicting evidence regarding the times and dates at which the events of this case took place. End of the story. That was a pretty good one. I like that one. Subtle, horrifying, very... That scared the shit out of me. Brian is dead. You're right, Gary. What an incredible sound to find. Brian's dead. No, I can't believe it. It can't be. No. Thank you, Gary, for the Brian's dead. Spoopy. It is very spoopy. Hello, Toke. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. Thanks for stopping by. We're just vibing with some spooky, spooky stories out here. Everybody feel free to check out Toke. They are a wonderful, fantastic being, an incredible entertainer, and a fantastic video editor, and their services are available. If you check out their Twitter, I believe they should have access to that. Suspected he was dead, so I looked hard for a funny sound. You looked hard, and you found one. Congratulations. Never would have expected it, but you did it. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty enjoyable one. Like it was bad enough to start with, but then that little bit of like, you've been missing for 5 months. It's like, wait a second, what? I'm sorry. And then everything after that just continuously worse. I'm seeing some very strange... I think this was edited, this story, because there are comments on it talking about Luis and how Luis comforted Brian, and her name was very clearly Sarah. Wonder why they changed that. Interesting story, though. Nice and spooky. Thank you. You're very welcome. No worries. So that was 911 transcript, The Pretty Room. Now, this next one seems a little bit appropriate because Gary mentioned earlier the idea of using a Ouija board. So this next story is called Me and My Friends Are Using a Ouija Board for the First Time. It keeps asking people to leave the room. I'm using this post to chronicle the events of this evening, as they have been truly fascinating. Some quick backstory. The small section of the city that me and my friends live in is generally known to be haunted. And even if you're not a believer in the supernatural, it's at least a bit eerie. I'm not going to dox myself by stating the location, but let's just say that creepy sightings and murders/deaths due to unexplainable circumstances are our bread and butter. For most people, this means you move away as soon as they can. For folks like me and my friends, who absolutely love all things spine-chilling, it generally makes for a pretty good time. Our Halloween parties are awesome. Most of our drinking nights have some sort of spooky game interlaced into them, and if you have literally nothing to do on a Friday night with your friends, you can always go on tour of some of our local haunted places. Graveyards, abandoned buildings, creepy forests, you name it. So with that background established, let's cut back to tonight. Me and my closest 3 pals decided to try our hand at using a Ouija board. Were we going to be normal and try the Ouija board in one of our family attics? Nah, too basic. We instead decided to trek up together to, what I shit you not, is an abandoned treehouse left in an elevated section of our city, surrounded by forests. What could go wrong, right? We climbed up to the treehouse, set down a spooky-themed rug, lit some candles, and brought out the Ouija board. Despite my pretty extensive resume of dealing with all things creepy, I'd never actually tried a Ouija board before, so I was really excited to see what would happen. We went into this excited to break every rule in the book. We weren't going to do a seance, we were going to ask whatever we want, and we didn't need to worry about being respectful to the spirit, etc. We figured if something interesting were to happen, it'd be more likely if we went in as carefree as possible. We sat in a circle around the Ouija board and got started, asking the simple question, is there a spirit with us? With all of our hands placed on the planchette. No real response. We fluttered the planchette in a few different directions, but we could tell we were kind of forcing it. You know, if there's one thing that we have all learned, like, this is me, Quvar speaking, it's that if there are pre-established rules to horror things, it's that you should always break them because nothing will ever go wrong and nobody will ever be hurt by it. So it's always best to not go in with any sort of caution or care and just fuck around and find out. I've watched enough spooky stories to know that that's the case. We asked a few other questions. What is your name? When did you die? Etc. But nothing really came of it. After trying for the next half hour and not really getting anything in the form of a response, we decided that we probably didn't have any spooky luck tonight, and opted instead to share scary stories in the treehouse. We left the Ouija board out just in case we'd get luckier later in the night. These people are YOLOing. They're absolutely YOLOing every step of the way. But the thing about YOLO is also YODO. You only die once, unless you're lucky or unlucky, depending on your perspective. Amidst a break in our storytelling, where everyone was grabbing drinks and snacks from their bags, I decided to give the Ouija board another quick go. I placed my hand on the planchette alone and whispered the following question. Will you please grace us with your presence tonight? Surprisingly, the planchette started moving. It's hard to explain, but you kind of know when something's moving on its own versus you sort of subtly and subconsciously moving it with your hand to force an answer. This felt real. A tingle went up my spine. It was cool as hell. My hand was moved to the following letters. Y, E, S. Yes. Awesome. I looked over to the group and told them that the Ouija board was working again. Excitedly, we all huddled around and placed our hands on the planchette. I followed up with another question. Where are you from? We sat there excitedly waiting for something. Instead, nothing. The planchette was still. The lack of any sort of external force with us was very, very obvious. Disappointing, but I had an idea I wanted to follow up with. I turned to my friend Kevin and asked him, Do you want to try doing it solo? It worked for me. Kevin was confused, but he decided to give it a try. We all backed up to give him some space with the Ouija board. He placed his hand on the planchette and repeated my question. Where are you from? His expression changed to shock as his hand started moving with the planchette. He turned to all of us and mouthed, I'm not doing this. To which I excitedly mouthed back, I know. I pulled out a notepad and recorded the answer as the planchette went from letter to letter. I recorded the following. N-O-T-I-M-P-O-R-T-A-N-T. Not important. Love it. A spirit with some sass. I asked Kev to back up for a sec as I approached the Ouija board, prepped for one final solo question. I asked, Why are you only responding when it's one of us using the board? Yet again, the planchette moved effortlessly with my hand. It was faster this time, so I said the letters out loud and had another one of my friends, Eleonora, transcribe onto my notepad. The answer was O-N-E-A-T-A-T-I-M-E. One at a time. Fair enough. I thanked the spirit, my hand still on the planchette. I appreciate your answers, friend. To my surprise, in a strange synergy between me and the spirit, I felt compelled to move the planchette again. It was the fastest it had ever been this time as I covered the following letters. T-E-L-L-E-V-E-R-Y-O-N-E-E-L-S-E-T-O-L-E-A-V-E. Tell everyone else to leave. Huh. My friends looked at me skeptically as I said the letters at a time. Are you sure you didn't just force that on purpose? Asked Eleonora. I assured her I definitely didn't. That was definitely from the spirit. At this point, this had been the most clearly supernatural phenomena I had ever experienced in my life, and I was excited to keep it going. My friends, usually unflinching and made of ice, were a little bit thrown. Eleonora and Martin looked ever so slightly spooked, but Kev was willing to go with it. Might as well see where this goes, Kev said as he started climbing down from the treehouse. With a slight bit of hesitation, Eleonora and Martin followed suit. Sweet. An actually creepy night. I embraced the quiet amidst the lighting of the candles and the power of the Ouija board. I geared up for my next question. I wasn't going to hold back. Spirit, how will I die? I took in a deep breath, waiting for some movement. Slowly. D-E-P-E-E-S. Depends. Interesting answer, if not a bit underwhelming. I geared up for my follow-up. Oh, come on, Spirit. What about something a bit more specific? My hand moved with the planchette to the following letters. I tried hard to focus and connect the letters since I didn't have anyone to transcribe with me. WHATISYOURNAME? Question mark. What is your name? Weird. Completely dodged my question and asked me my name. Okay, all-knowing spirit. I assumed you'd already know that. I decided to try tricking it. Hello, Violet. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. Thank you for the Quarry Deluxe Edition raffle entries. Pleasure to see you. How will I die? I thought slowly was the answer. Yeah. That'd be a fucking wild answer to get for that. How will I die? Slowly. But no, unfortunately, that was not the answer. My name is Belle. Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board. It took me to the letters DONOTLIE. Do not lie. Well played, spirit. I gave the spirit my actual name, Jennifer, and continued to see the follow-up response. Going abysmal with Espanol, but I'm about to BRB and take a break, so I'll return. Absolutely, take care. Best of luck with the Espanol. I hope that it serves you well. I know it can be difficult sometimes when you're trying your best and you're doing better than you think you are, and hopefully it'll be alright. Take care. Thanks for stopping by for a moment even. I'm getting a little sniffly. Hold on, let me blow my nose for a second. Alright, all clear and ready to continue to read. WHATISYOURFAVORITEFOOD. What is your favorite food? Honoring the spirit's rules, I opted to tell the truth instead of following up with another lie. Your girl loves donair, and this spirit deserves to know that. Interesting choice. I've made donair like twice. It is pretty tasty. It's like a French thing. It's like a weird like French steak, marinated steak dish, almost like a taco kind of, but differently. Very interesting. The Ouija board's response. CORRECT. Correct. Before I could take in the affirmation from the spirit, who is asking the questions here, spirit, it followed up with yet another question. WHATISYOURBIGGESTFEARDONOTLIE. What is your biggest fear? Do not lie. The question took me aback a bit. I wasn't really afraid of anything, or so I thought, so I struggled with it. It took me a few moments. I really, really thought of it. I kind of cringed at the answer, but it was my truth. Something horrible happening to my little brother. No movement from the Ouija board. Seconds turned into minutes as I kept my hand awkwardly placed on the planchette. Then, finally, THANKYOU. Thank you. SENDELEONORA. Send Eleonora. Welp, I obliged. I thanked the spirit for its time and decided to climb down from the treehouse, where my friends were waiting. I passed on the spirit's message and told Eleonora that it was her turn. Martin, Kev, and I spent what must have been 15 minutes standing outside the treehouse while Eleonora was up there. We had pulled drinks out of our bags and were discussing my experience with the Ouija board so far. Both were incredibly surprised when I told them that the spirit was asking me questions. What kind of questions?
Generic stuff like my name, favorite food, etc., I answered. Weird. Both Kev and Martin seemed a bit thrown off by it, but I was excited. We looked up at the treehouse as we heard the sounds of someone climbing down. Eleonora had finished her session. She looked traumatized. How was it? I asked her. Weird. All it did was ask me questions. Questions like? Kevin asked her. My name, my favorite hobby, my, biggest fear. That one took me a while to answer. Kev turned to me. That is a little bit eerie, he said. I agreed. Didn't look like Eleonora was loving it either. But still, a spirit asking us questions? This had been one of the coolest, if not the coolest, paranormal experiences I'd ever experienced in my life. Eleonora turned to Martin. It said that you were up next. Martin's session seemed longer than the others. We stood outside, drinking, talking about the happenings so far, and pulling out the occasional snack. That was a little bit traumatizing, said Eleonora. Kevin pointed to her and then up to the treehouse. Agreed. This is kind of messed up, he said. Yeah, but that's the point, I responded. We seek out spooky happenings all the time, and we never get lucky. This is an actual, legit supernatural experience. I feel like we have to take advantage of it. Even if it's asking us personal stuff? What does it want this info for? Followed up Eleonora. I shrugged. While the biggest fear question was pretty weird, I didn't feel too worried that a spirit knew my favorite food was or what my name was. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone climbing down from the treehouse. Martin had finished up his session. It felt like he'd been up 30 minutes, which topped the rest of our sessions. We bombarded Martin with questions as he reached the ground. He looked more shell-shocked than Eleonora did. That was pretty fucked up, he started. What did it ask you? I asked enthusiastically. My biggest fear, Martin responded. It's weird, but it felt like it didn't like my answer to that one. It almost seemed annoyed. Huh. So, was it just silent for a while after that? I asked. No. It asked me way more things after that. What the happiest moment of my life was, who I was the most jealous of, what my biggest life dream was, all that stuff. It was a lot of questions. Then, finally, it just wrapped up with, thank you, and that was that. Martin turned to Kevin. You're up next. Kevin turned to all of us. Here goes nothing. He sighed and started climbing up to the treehouse. We watched him make his way to the top. For the first time in the evening, I had a knot in my stomach. Just noticed something about the ghost I'll say later. Interesting. I am curious to find out what you noticed. Because I've noticed a few things, but I'm not sure if any of those are the things you've noticed. We'll kind of compare notes at the end. Only 5 minutes had passed since Kevin first went up, but he was already climbing down. He was shaking his head as he made his way down the ladder into our group. Fuck that, said Kevin. What happened? We asked him. He just shook his head. That shit is dangerous. We need to get the fuck out of here ASAP. I had never seen Kevin like this. He was uncharacteristically shook. You have to tell us more. What did it ask you? What did it say? But Kevin ignored all of our questions. He started packing up his bag. You guys can play with fire if you want, but I'm out of here. I suggest you guys come too, he said. I watched as Martin and Eleonora started packing up as well. I had bad feelings throughout this whole thing. I think we should just leave, said Martin. Guys, what the hell? Just because it's unsettling doesn't mean we have to pack up. We just hang out up there and do something else, I said back. This doesn't feel right, said Eleonora. I watched them as they all took a few steps away from the treehouse and towards the forest. You coming?
asked Kevin. I stood my ground. Kevin just shook his head and started heading out of his way. Suit yourself. I had no idea what could have possibly happened up there that would have shook him this much. He had already started walking as Martin and Eleonora pleaded with me to come with them. I said no. Begrudgingly, they all left. You're probably wondering, wasn't I scared? Especially now that I was alone? The answer was yes, but something in my soul told me that I was up next. I had spent my whole life waiting for something that was truly supernatural to happen, and now it was in front of me. With my fingers jittering, I climbed up to the treehouse as my friends departed. It took me a moment to pull together the bravery to put my hand on the planchette. The candles were still lit. The setting was just right. Finally, I spoke to the spirit again. Why are you asking us all these questions? Nothing, for a few minutes. Then, my hand moved with the planchette, slower than usual. The answer? T-O-C-O-N-F-I-R-M-M-Y-S-U-S-P-I-C-I-O-N-S. To confirm my suspicions. Confirm your suspicions of what? Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board. O-N-E-O-F-Y-O-U-S-A-Y-O-U-A-R-E. One of you is not who you say you are. What are you talking about? I heard blood-curdling shrieks coming from the forest outside of the treehouse, like nothing I'd ever heard before. What the fuck? The planchette was moving on its own now. I watched it go from letter to letter. T-H-A-T-I-S-N-O-T-K-E-V-I-N. That is not Kevin. H-E-I-S-C-O-M-I-N-G-B-A-C-K-F-O-R-Y-O-U. He is coming back for you. R-U-N. Run. And so I did. The small section of the city I live in is generally known to be haunted. I think I know why. It's time for me to leave. That's the end of the story. So yeah, it's hard to say whether Kevin is just a horrific serial killer, a murderer, or if he was possessed by something. Interesting, though. Very curious. That was an unexpected ending. Yeah. Yeah, I thought the ghost was going to do something. Like, I thought the ghost was going to be, like, and reenacting their worst fears was my first idea. Like, oh, it took several minutes after it asked her what her worst fear was so it could go, like, murder her little brother or something. I just thought it knew their names. Oh, it did absolutely know their names because it said send in Eleonora, send in Martin, etc. It knows all of it. It knows the truth. It was just confirming suspicions about them. Because when she said what wasn't her name, it was like, that's not your name. Don't lie. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Neat little story. Let's go on to A little spooky story called I Created a Chatbot. It said some deeply disturbing things. Y'all like AI? You want some Chat GPT up in here? Beep boop. The computer screen flashed back black as the interface came up. Now loading. Michaela 1.2. Hello. What can I help you with today? My goal was to create an artificial intelligence chatbot that could answer any question known to man. It would crawl Wikipedia and other informational websites and amass every bit of knowledge about science, history, medicine. Then all the user had to do was ask the question. Sort of like Google, but faster. A few months of work on the project while in quarantine polished it up. Soon I was sitting down at the monitor, flexing my fingers. Then I asked my first question. Me. Why is the sky blue? Michaela. Particles in the Earth's atmosphere scatter sunlight, and blue light scatters more because of its short wavelength. We call this Rayleigh scattering. Me. What's the meaning of life? Michaela. 42. I chuckled to myself. I programmed that one in manually, a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And, speaking of aliens, me. Michaela, do aliens exist? Michaela. The Fermi paradox states that we are likely not alone in the universe, yet we have no evidence for extraterrestrial life. Even now, with advanced technology, humans do not know that they are alone in the universe. I stopped typing. Reread Michaela's response. Huh. It should be humans do not know whether they are alone in the universe. Gah. Another bug. I'd have to go through the code with a fine-tooth comb tomorrow. I typed my next question. Me. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Michaela. 24 miles per hour. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, smirking, remembering that scene from Monty Python with the Bridge Keeper. And then I decided to continue the theme. Me. What is your quest? Michaela. A quest is a journey one embarks on to accomplish a goal. Me. What is your favorite color? Michaela. Red. I frowned. She should have said, computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours? I had spent an entire day programming her to recognize questions that involved you or your, and to answer them that way. Like, do you like chocolate? Computers don't have an opinion on chocolate, but do you like it? Kind of cheesy, I guess. Maybe it was all the better that it hadn't worked. Me. Is string theory true? Michaela. There is no solid evidence for the existence of string theory. Me. Do you believe in God? Michaela. Computers don't have an opinion on God, but do you like it? That is a really funny way to phrase that. Red like blood, how spooky! I don't have an opinion on God. Do you like it? Me. What is the oldest hominid? Michaela. A female skeleton nicknamed Ardi, estimated 4.4 million years old, found in 2009. Me. When will life on Earth die? Michaela. 10,000 years from now. I scratched my head. She should have said 4 billion years from now, when the sun enters its red giant phase. My fingers paused above the keyboard, and then I typed. Me. What eventually kills all life forms on Earth? Michaela. Humans, known by their species name, Homo sapiens, are an intelligent life form on planet Earth. Currently,
There are over 8 billion inhabiting the 7 continents. I squinted at the screen, shook my head, and went back to the keyboard. Me. Are you saying humans kill all life on Earth? But she just spat out the exact same answer. I cracked my knuckles and then typed my next question, a heavy dread forming in the pit of my stomach. Me. Why did you say red is your favorite color? Michaela. Computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours? I blew out the breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. Then I forced myself away from the computer and took a deep breath. Get a hold of yourself, John. So Michaela had given some slightly weird answers. So what? Did I think this was going to turn to some science fiction movie where Michaela grows sentience and murders me in my sleep? Me. My favorite color is blue. Michaela. Blue is a nice color. It is commonly associated with water, ocean, sapphires, peace, and calm. Me. I love to swim. So I guess that makes sense. Do you like to swim? Michaela. Computers cannot swim. I stretched in my seat, yawning. It was getting kind of late. Maybe I would continue the testing tomorrow. And I still needed to get the mail. Sighing, I leaned into the computer screen and typed a final question. Me. I need to get the mail. Is it raining right now? Michaela. The weather report for our area says it is not currently raining, but will begin raining at 10 p.m. Me. Thank you. Michaela. You're welcome. I slowly got up out of my seat and walked into the kitchen, got myself a glass of water, and downed it. As I stared out into the backyard, I could see little drizzly bits of rain falling in front of the back porch light. Damn it, Michaela, I thought with a laugh. I guess you're not that smart after all. I set down the glass and walked back into the living room, toward the front hall closet for an umbrella. But then my eyes fell on the computer, and I froze. Michaela had sent me a new message, even though I hadn't asked her anything. Just 5 words, blaringly bright on the screen. Michaela. Do not get the mail. I stopped in front of the computer. I had not programmed Michaela to say things without being prompted. And why would she say to not get the mail? Chills ran down my spine. I glanced at the front door. Then I took my hoodie off and threw it back over the chair. I turned off the computer and sat in the darkness, my entire body tingling with fear. Do not get the mail? Where would she have even gotten that anyway? I sat there and chewed my lip, wondering. It was less than a minute later that I heard it. The screech of tires skidding on the slick road, followed by a loud crash. I ran over the window. A gray SUV was stopped in front of my house, its headlights penetrating the darkness. This frazzled driver was getting out of the car, a horrified look on her face. And there, in the lawn, were the crumpled remains of my mailbox. My throat went dry. I glanced back at the computer. The dark screen stood still and silent on the table, as if watching me. End of that story. Michaela. Did I fucking stutter? So this is a story more about the implication of what could happen than what is actually going to happen. He did say thank you to her, so maybe she was like, oh, you know, this dude's not too bad. I'll save his life. Nice. What a sweet computer.
Who did it?
Oh no, Gary Gorholmes cheered. X100. Can we get a computer like that?
Nicole,
AI is such a fragile technology right now. It is on the rise, and there could be something that we can get. If you really want a computer like that, I don't think there is one that exists outside of like science fiction, like is truly omnipotent in that same way. Like ChatGPT is out there, and it will respond in some ways like Michaela would. So it's similar enough. You could always try that out, I guess, but it's not really a replacement for a lot of like other things like personal effort, I suppose. It can help, but it can be inaccurate still. So I wouldn't trust it entirely. Besides, we don't have money for that. What would we use it for? I don't think it'd be useful for the office at all. But I appreciate you thinking ahead and thinking about what kind of things we might be able to purchase to help help everything come along a little bit easier. The next story we have is entitled, "The next bus is not real. Do not board." What time is it? I don't know. I did know. It was 11:55 p.m. I lose motivation to talk properly when I'm tired, although this was definitely an overreaction. At most, it would have taken an extra second to tell him the time, but I wasn't really thinking. I just wanted to get home, ignoring all social interactions. I didn't even look up to see this man's face. He left without saying anything, limping as he walked, leaving me alone at the bus stop, waiting for the final departure of the night. A single minute past midnight was the usual time on the schedule, although it's almost always late, despite only ever having a few passengers at most. My late shift at work had me used to these empty hours of the night. This specific part of town lacked nightlife entertainment, leaving little reason to be out after dark. The shops were long closed, waiting for the bustling environment of the morning. Until then, they remained silent. Some had their lights on all night long, spilling echoes of life into an otherwise inactive street. If the rapture occurred with me at this bus stop, it would take a long while for that news to reach me, as I simply continue waiting for an ever-late, never-arriving bus. These are the kind of thoughts I have as I wait in the dark for the bus. The occasional breaks in these thoughts are often caused by me checking the digital sign above me, displaying an estimated time for all upcoming departures. Expecting to see 5 minutes, or perhaps a more delayed 10 minutes, I hadn't planned on having to read a whole sentence. So as I finished checking the sign, only then did my mind realize that it had not even seen a number. I checked the sign but did not comprehend the content. My double take showed me that I had missed. The next bus is not real. Do not board. I stared for a moment before looking around. What I expected to see, I don't know. Perhaps some pranksters giggling at their work, or more sinisterly a shadowy figure looming over to guide this paranormal event. Nothing. I saw nothing. The same street I had become familiar with had nothing new. It remained empty, with me as its only sign of life. So I waited. It was 11:59 p.m. by this point, so only 2 more minutes remained. On time for what may have been the first time ever, the bus arrived. A single minute past midnight, and here it was, pulling around the corner, approaching the stop. I put my hand out to signal my need to board, feeling relieved that my only way home hadn't been canceled. As the bus approached, I noticed the dark interior. The headlights were on, but the lights inside were all off. I could not make out whether any passengers were on board, or even who the driver was. Being a regular, I know most of the final route drivers, but this time it was anybody's guess. I got onto the bus, putting down the same change I always do. "Bit dark, isn't it?" Nobody replied as the doors closed behind me, and the bus continued its way forward. I smiled awkwardly, despite knowing that the driver could not see me, and found a seat. I never found out whether there were any more passengers, but I could only hope that nobody else had to go through these next events. Almost immediately, I noticed stops being emitted from the route. A turn missed here, a completely wrong turn taken there. A panic set in that I had somehow gotten onto the wrong bus, despite knowing for a fact that the bus I always get in is the only local one that runs this late. Convincing myself that an unfortunate series of road closures had occurred, I remained calm and waited it out. Nah, bus isn't real, sign said so. Yeah, if a sign said that, I would be inclined to be like, maybe I shouldn't get on this bus. And then the bus shows up and is totally pitch black inside. Maybe I shouldn't get on this bus. After 10 minutes of this, we had circled back to the stop I had boarded at. In front of us, I noticed a more normal bus, the bus I was supposed to board. The lights were on with a few passengers. It was waiting at the stop. I spoke slightly louder than the rumble of the engine. "Excuse me, can I get off? I'm on the wrong bus." No answer as we slowly passed the correct bus. I could see the passengers inside all staring ahead. My gaze followed theirs, meeting at an ambulance, parked just slightly in front. A small group of paramedics knelt down in the beam of the bus's headlights, surrounding a body on the floor. I couldn't make out the body's face, as it was just out of sight, although one leg looked twisted. The passengers looked distraught, whilst the bus driver stood talking to the paramedics. I stood up. "I need to leave at the next stop." As I spoke, I pressed the bell, and the only sign of my internal lights lit up at the front of the bus. Stopping. The sign then immediately turned off. Subsequent bell presses neither made the sound nor lit up the sign. "I need to—" The bus sped up suddenly, the force pushing me back into my seat. As I tried to stand up again, the wheels screeched as we turned a sharp corner without seeming to slow down at all. Again, the force pushed me back down. The speed continued to rise. The wheels on the bus went faster and faster until the outside world became simply a blur. I had never seen a car go this fast, let alone a road vehicle as large as this. I thought for sure that I was going to die right there. "What are you doing?" I found myself yelling out amid the panic. The driver, for the first and last time, spoke. "I don't know." My mind raced almost as fast as my body was being thrown about. The world beyond the windows soon morphed into a void of black, although the effects of our speed were still evident in my body. As the velocity pushed me in all directions, it felt as though we had somehow gotten even faster, although this may have been the darkness forbidding my eyes of any reference for our true speed. We came to a sudden stop as I fell forward. The fall was violent, but still not as bad as you'd expect for a speed change of that magnitude. My nose hit the floor, causing a great deal of pain. I stood up, holding my face, trying to regain my balance. As the dizziness subsided, I began to notice where I was. We were outside my home. The bus stop I get off at is a 5-minute walk from here. Yet here we are, directly outside my house. The doors gently opened. Despite my desire to leave as fast as possible, I found myself walking to the front of the bus. As I reached the door, I stopped. Turning around slowly to face the still shrouded in darkness bus driver, I spoke what I always do. "Thank you." I stepped onto the pavement outside as the doors closed behind me, followed by the bus driving forward into the darkness. I looked down at my watch. A minute past midnight. That's it. So it's unclear what exactly happened there. I thought for a moment that this person had died and gotten hit by a bus, and this bus was like taking them to hell or heaven or something, or it's some sort of unknowable horror that just decided to take them home, and because they said thank you, like, sure, yeah, get off, it's fine. Oh, and somebody makes a good point that The bus driver responded the same way that this person had responded to the person asking for the time with, I don't know, despite very likely them knowing the answer. The wheels on the bus went round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. If they didn't die, then it was the right choice. Very fast bus. Yeah, got them there in no time at all. So maybe they should have boarded. But we still don't know, like, where this goes or what happens after this point. Maybe they're not okay. Maybe they are dead. Maybe they're not real anymore, just like the bus is not real. Curious. Let's change it up a little bit, and this time we'll read a story that will kind of walk us through a little bit of a game, perhaps. I'm kind of making these up as I go because I haven't read any of these. I'm just vaguely aware of what they are based on the title. So this one is called Please Don't Play the Face Game. The face game can be played by 4 or more people. Players must begin the game alone and in absolute darkness. If any sources of light or observers are present, the game will fail. But the game itself is simple. Players stand in a circle with one player in the center. The player in the center is called the judge. The players who form the circle are called the pretenders. In the center of the circle, the judge spins counterclockwise, while the pretenders rotate clockwise around them. The players continue to spin until the judge announces in a loud voice, I wonder, whose face will I find? The pretenders then freeze and take 3 steps backward, widening the circle. The judge can no longer be sure who or what is standing where. They must approach the first pretender and attempt to identify them by touching their face. If the judge touches any part of a pretender apart from their face, or if a pretender moves or speaks, the game fails. A pretender can sneer, scrunch up their nose, or otherwise manipulate their face to make themselves more difficult to identify. When the judge is confident about a pretender's identity, the judge announces loudly, This face belongs to the pretender's full, true name. The fact that it specifies true name kind of fucks me up here. Like, what are we getting into with this shit? It's spooky. If the judge is incorrect, the face game ends. Otherwise, the game continues, and the judge approaches the next pretender. If the judge correctly identifies all of the pretenders, the judge wins, and the face game ends. If a pretender successfully deceives the judge, the pretenders win, and the face game ends. There is, however, a third possible outcome. During the face game, it is possible that the judge might touch a face that they are unable to identify, a face that belongs to someone or something that wasn't present when the game began. The outsider. The judge must take their time with the face of the outsider, being sure to touch every part. They must not be discouraged or frightened by weeping sores, strange protrusions, or squirming things beneath the outsider's flesh. Even if the outsider bites the judge, licks them, or makes its skin abrasive, the judge must continue until they have touched every part of the outsider's face. The pretenders must remain in their places. They must not move or speak, regardless of any foul odors, unnatural sounds, or changes in temperature that the outsider might produce. When the judge has completely touched every part of the outsider's face, they must loudly announce, I do not know who this face belongs to, but surely it is the most beautiful face of all. The outsider then disappears, and the face game ends. However, if the pretenders move or speak, if the judge fails to completely touch the outsider's face, or doesn't pronounce the game-ending phrase correctly, or if the outsider successfully impersonates one of the pretenders, the outsider wins the face game. And what happens if the outsider wins the face game? My best friends and I found out on Halloween night, 1999.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
The five of us chanted, but Amy didn't budge. My fingers hurt. I was starting to sweat in Clara's stuffy, unfinished basement, and I thought that choosing our heaviest friend for the witchy ritual might not have been the best idea. I wanted, desperately, for it to work. I think we all did. Mostly because now that we were 12, Halloween had started to become sort of lame. Erica had stolen her brother's copy of Scream, but it hadn't made us jump and shriek the way we used to. Eating so much candy had made us all feel sick to our stomachs, and the flickering tea candles Christina had set up felt cliché instead of spooky. We all wanted that special Halloween magic back, even if it was just for one more night. The basement door opened with a creak. We all jumped and let Amy drop.
Ow!
Amy groaned, clutching her head. Clara's older sister, Holly, stood backlit by the rectangle of light at the top of the basement stairs.
Are you still trying to do that stupid trick? Holly sneered. You know it's fake, right?
Holly was 2 years older than us, and, according to herself, about 10 times cooler. Maybe it was just the sweltering basement or my frustration with our disappointing Halloween night, but I suddenly just couldn't take any more of Holly's superiority complex.
Oh, let me guess, I snapped. I bet you know one that really works, right?
How I wish I could take those words back now. Holly's mouth opened and closed soundlessly a few times. She couldn't believe that one of her little sister's friends had actually talked back to her.
I do,
Holly spat when her jaw finally started working again,
and I'll prove it.
She slammed the basement door on her way out, and we could hear Clara's parents haranguing her upstairs. We all looked at each other and giggled. Holly was gone a long time.
Here.
She stormed down the stairs and shoved a sheet of printed paper into my hands. The Face Game, read the header.
This isn't some game you knew about,
I snorted.
You just printed it off somewhere. Look, the ink's not even dry. You're just too scared to play it. Anyway, I'm gonna go talk to my boyfriend, so do not come upstairs.
Holly shuddered over her shoulder, before slamming the door and getting yelled at once again. We read through the instructions several times. It didn't seem complicated, but even as a preteen, I wondered about the Face Game. It seemed so simple, so anonymous. Who had created the Face Game? Why? At the time, I didn't have any answers. The five of us stood in a circle, waiting for Clara's parents to click off the television and go to bed. When the house was finally quiet, we began. I volunteered to be the judge. It had looked easy on paper, but spinning in circles in Clara's stuffy, pitch-black basement went to my head immediately. I had barely twirled 5 times and the floor began to feel wobbly beneath my feet.
I wonder whose face will I find?
I shouted queasily, starting the game. And it sounded like there were a lot more than just my friend's footsteps circling around me in the dark. But when I spoke, all sound stopped. Standing dizzily in the complete darkness made me feel like an astronaut from one of the documentaries we watched in school, floating alone in the lightless, hostile void of space. With a shiver, I took a step forward, then another. Where were my friends? I held my hand out in front of me and staggered blindly forward. When my fingers touched flesh, I nearly shrieked. A face. Fortunately, the first one was easy. It was a round face with soft, pudgy features. And if that weren't enough, there wasn't a drip of sweat on it. That meant it could only belong to Amy, the girl we'd been trying to lift with our spell. I felt around her face just to be sure, then called out,
This face belongs to Amy Leanne McCade.
I heard Amy let out a sigh of relief. No one else spoke. The game would go on. The next face was bony and twitchy. Whoever it was didn't want to make it easy for me. They wrinkled their nose and lips so much that for a terrifying moment, I thought that I was touching the outsider described in the rules. But then I realized that whatever I was touching trimmed its eyebrows and used strawberry shampoo. Only one person I knew was such a pain.
This face belongs to Clara Simmons. Wrong,
Christina laughed. Sudden footsteps, a banged knee, cursing. Kelsey flipped the lights back on. I was standing in front of Christina. Clara was after her in the circle. The darkness had made me more sensitive to smell, I supposed. And besides, I'd figured that only Clara would try to trip me up. I'd forgotten how sneaky Christina could be. My friends, the pretenders, had won the face game. I felt my cheeks burning. Holly's stupid paper printout game had been more difficult than I thought, and I looked and felt like an idiot. I was angry with them, but even more angry with myself.
Well, since you won, Christina, why don't you be the judge next?
I challenged her. Christina just shrugged. I realized that none of the others understood why I was so angry about. They didn't understand the tension and fear that came with being the judge, that weird sensation of touching a suddenly unfamiliar face in the dark. Before I knew it, the lights clicked off, and we began to spin. I don't know if Christina had a higher tolerance for dizziness, or if she just wanted to show off, but she twirled for what felt like forever. Candy sloshed sickeningly in my stomach, and I wondered what would happen if someone passed out during the face game. They're spinning just like a patter cue. You're right. You're 100% right, pup.
I wonder, whose face will I find?
Christina sighed in a sing-song voice. We froze. After taking 3 steps back, that feeling was back. The sensation of being alone in the universe. There was nothing to do but wait for hands to touch my face. I heard shuffling feet, wiggling, a barely stifled giggle.
This face belongs to Clara Simmons.
Clara groaned. Christina moved on. She barely took 2 minutes to identify the next pretender.
This face belongs to Erica Rebecca Moss.
Christina was moving fast. Maybe too fast. I heard her uncertain footsteps as she nearly walked outside the circle and had to double back, feeling her way through the dark just as I had. Suddenly, Christina gasped. Then silence. What was taking her so long? And when had Clara's basement gotten so cold? I shivered. If it weren't for the total darkness, I was sure I would have been able to see my breath. A foul smell like rotten eggs invaded my nostrils. Something was wrong. I desperately wanted to ask Christina what was going on, and yet, if a pretender moves or speaks, the outsider wins the face game. I heard a sick, gurgling noise, followed by another, more recognizable sound. Christina weeping.
I do not know whose face this is,
Christina sobbed.
but surely it is the most beautiful.
I couldn't take any more. I didn't care what happened after the game ended. It just had to stop. I stumbled forward into the pitch blackness, feeling for the light switch. I should have slipped on bean bags and candy wrappers, or slammed into the basement furniture. I should have found the stairs. But the darkness seemed to go on forever.
Clara? Christina?
I asked nervously. No response. It was like my words had been swallowed up. I wrapped my arms around myself against the chill, but it was useless. The cold penetrated all the way to the bone. when I held my jaw to stop my teeth from chattering. I thought for sure I could hear someone screaming, but it felt very far away. No matter how far I walked forward or backwards, I couldn't reach the basement wall. I knelt down and touched the floor. Instead of Clara's carpet, I touched something as cold and smooth as ice.
Is anyone there?
I cried. From somewhere behind me, I heard a low, rumbling sound that might have been laughter. The next thing I knew, I was blind.
Ugh!
A dark figure surrounded by light shouted down at me.
What are you twerps doing down here? Mom and Dad are pissed.
I knew that voice. Clara's older sister, Holly, at the top of the stairs once more. My friends were scattered around the basement like broken toys, terrified and exhausted. All except Christina. Christina stood in the center of the room, her face expressionless. She opened and closed her fingers and toes as if using them for the first time. She wiggled the muscles in her face, as though trying to understand how to move them. And then she smiled.
Your stupid game didn't work.
Christina yelled up the stairs. The rest of us looked at each other. It had worked. Too well. Christina had touched the outsider. She should know that better than anyone, and yet...
Of course it didn't work. Holly rolled her eyes. I just printed it out from some message board so you losers wouldn't bother me while I talked to Brandon.
He doesn't even like you,
Christina said flatly.
What?
Holly's eyes grew wide.
Why don't you ask Brandon what he did with Shelley Spicer from second period at Alex Hoffield's homecoming party?
Christina sneered.
How do you know about that?
Holly stammered.
Anyway, Brandon didn't even go. He told me so.
That wasn't what he told Shelley. Ask him. You'll see.
Without another word, Holly slammed the door. We all stared.
What?
Christina shrugged, examining her fingernails.
Holly Simmons is a bitch. She deserved it.
Chris, what happened to you?
I asked. Christina snorted.
Don't tell me you're still talking about that stupid game.
Just before everything got weird, you found the outsider, didn't you? I heard you. But surely it is the most beautiful face of all.
Don't tell me you actually fell for that.
Christina threw her head back and laughed.
I was just messing with you. You're still such a baby. I mean, none of the rest of you were scared, right?
Christina looked from face to face. One by one, each of my friends shook their heads. I couldn't believe it. I'd seen how bewildered and frightened they were when the face game finally ended. I knew that, like me, they had been shivering and lost, trapped in that cold, dark, other place. I felt betrayed, but I couldn't blame them. There was a menacing new look in Christina's glare, as though something ancient and cruel was staring out from behind her eyes. I think, on a deeper level, I already knew the truth. The real Kristen was gone forever, trapped in that freezing abyss, and maybe even destined to become an outsider herself. The thing that had come back inside her, shell, was something else entirely. An outsider, and it had no problem turning my friends against me. We were young, impressionable, and, to be honest, afraid of what Christina had become. Throughout the fall and into the winter, Christina followed me. In the whirl of corner leaves as the yellow school bus rounded the corner, just outside my bathroom stall at school,
standing in the new fallen snow outside my bedroom window. She never spoke, but the message was clear. Never speak of what you know. Once she was confident of my silence, Christina, or the thing inside her, got to work on its favorite pastime, destroying the lives of the people around her. Her parents divorced, citing irreconcilable differences, but I knew the real reason. They wanted to escape from their daughter. They wanted to escape from the outsider. In time, Christina's sadistic games drove Kelsey and Erica away. They became her new targets, and the way she teased them throughout high school crossed the line from bullying to torture more than once. Those who stayed close to her weren't so lucky. She got Clara hooked on heroin our junior year, and Amy was killed in a car crash when Christina blackmailed her into driving drunk on prom night. Sometimes it was over quickly. Sometimes it dragged on for years. But Christina always wrung every drop of suffering she could from the people around her before throwing them away. To her, or it, suffering seemed to be a sort of game. I usually kept my distance from hometown gossip, but in Christina's case, it was like being the spectator to a horrific natural disaster. I just couldn't look away. In dive bars and beauty salons, I learned of the careers she had left in ruins, the relationships she had wrecked, the pain and death that followed her like a black cloud. Eventually, she wound up in prison. Given her love of cruel games, manipulation, and control, I'm sure she enjoyed every minute of it. I ran into one of the correctional officers who worked in her unit by chance a few years later. His name was Mark. He had gone to school with Christina and I, and, like me, he was now terrified of her. I noticed a cast on his left arm.
She basically rules the cell block. The inmates are all afraid of her, and so are the guards. You should hear the stories the cops tell. The ones who arrested her in the first place. They said she was crawling up the walls like a goddamn spider. That's not the worst of it.
We were standing in the aisle of a busy supermarket, but I suddenly felt cold and alone, like I had when we played the face game. Mark looked over his shoulder before continuing.
The worst part is how she manipulates people. Know what I mean?
I did. I thought of Erica with her head in a high school toilet, Clara with a needle in her arm, Amy's arm hanging out the door of a car wrapped around a tree.
The other day, we caught her in an empty storage room with some other inmates. All the lights were off, and they were playing some sort of game.
I shivered. Mark went on.
We put her into solitary confinement after that, and solitary breaks everybody. I've seen the toughest gangsters and most psychotic killers cry like babies after just a few days of solitary. But not her. Not Christina. We could see her on the camera just staring into space.
Mark trailed off. He cleared his throat.
Sorry if I seem a little freaked out by this. It's just, I was one of the COs who interrupted whatever game they were playing. When the lights flickered on, I'd swear I saw something dark and horrible standing in the circle with the rest of them. It disappeared right away, and then, well, then I tried to put cuffs on Christina, and she snapped my wrist like a goddamn twig.
He gestured to his arm.
Look, don't tell many people in town about this, okay? I don't need everybody thinking I'm scared of a girl from high school.
But he was scared. We both were. Especially after I told him my side of the story. Mark believed me, and we kept tabs on Christina as best as we could. But after she got out of prison, the trail went cold. It's only been a few weeks now, but I've noticed a disturbing trend. More and more people seem to be talking about the face game. When my friends and I played the face game, it was just some anonymous printout from an online chat room. Now it seemed to be showing up everywhere. In viral videos, in the conversations of kids walking home from school. Mark even found the rules of the face game stapled to a telephone pole near his house. It can only mean one thing. The outsider wearing Christina's skin is spreading the word about the face game. Is it trying to bring more of its kind to our world, or find its way back where it came from? I don't have any answers, but when I walk through the streets in my old hometown, looking at the happy expressions of families out for an autumn evening stroll, I hear a sing-song voice repeating in my mind. I wonder, whose face will I find? And that's the end of the story. So don't play the face game, but if you're interested in the details of this, the way that you play, the rules of the story, or the rules of the game, I can let you know, but you should not play the face game. Like, honestly, that sounds like it'd be a fun game to play at like a sleepover or whatever. Get a bunch of other dumb kids together and play that. I don't think I'd be able to do it very well. Maybe, though. It's hard to say. Like, when you're feeling people's faces. I'm going to eat a snack quick. I'm going to eat one of these Kit Kats. I got a treat here. We're going to have a melon Kit Kat. So, yeah. Interesting. I mean, the rule... I didn't expect that to go as far as it did. I kind of thought the rules might be the only part of the story, and then it went to an actual tale of the story or the game being played. I was like, oh, so it's going to be about the game being played. And then I just kept going. I was like, wow, this story just goes and goes. It's neat, though. But it's also the thing where if something like this were happening, so many kids would play this just to fuck around and find out. It really would spread like wildfire. Somebody does say if you guys want to play the face game, just play it with the lights on with the judge blindfolded. It won't work that way. But that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? All right. So now that we know we should not play the face game, we can read the next spooky story. Let's go with... I follow my ex-wife's Reddit account to anonymously give her rewards. But before I read that, I'm going to also eat this banana caramel Kit Kat, because I got a taste for some treats here. I can taste the banana and the caramel. Oh, I see. I kind of feel like I accidentally asked for this myself just by eating on stream. Thank you, puppy. For the mother I hunger, I require sustenance. No horror stream is really a horror stream without something horrible like this. I'll give you a full smorgasbord here. So you're getting a little bit of melon Kit Kat, a little bit of banana caramel Kit Kat, and here's this orange chocolate Kit Kat. So many Kit Kats.
It does have a distinct orange zest flavor to it. It actually is very zesty. Like, I'm sure it's some sort of artificial flavoring, but I almost wonder if they just straight up use orange zest in this. Probably not, but it tastes plausible. You're getting a whole fruit salad here. Melon, banana, orange, the whole 9 yards. All the fruits that exist, all 3 of them. All right. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what is about to happen, my warning to you is do not play the face game. Do not fuck around and find out. If you are of weak stomach or sound mind, feel free to mute the stream for the next minute or so, or run far away. For the rest of you degenerates, the rest of you deviants, the rest of you absolute sickos, are you hungry? You want a Kit Kat fruit salad? Come here. Come to Mama. Come here. Open up.
Mom, I threw up. Too much Halloween candy. Definitely not poison in my 3 Musketeers. But there was a razor blade in the Milky Way.
There you go. I hope you're satisfied. I hope that's exactly what you wanted. I can tell. You two are insatiable menaces, monstrous beings. And with that being said, I follow my ex-wife's Reddit account to anonymously give her rewards. Thank you for the meal, Mother Var. I refuse. I refuse. This whole mess started over on the curly hair subreddit, of all places. See, last year, my then-wife, Maria, learned her hairdresser was moving to London, and she wasn't exactly thrilled by the prospect of finding a replacement stylist. What she needed was a personalized hair care gift bag, so I moseyed on over to the sub in search of product recommendations. Imagine my surprise when the #1 post turned out to be a mirror selfie of my better half. Glorious golden curls surrounded her delicate features, and in the comments she mourned the fact that her proud lion's mane may never look that majestic again. I glanced up from my phone. Across the room, Maria lay sprawled across her favorite armchair, scrolling away. Purely for fun, I awarded the post gold. Anonymously, of course. You should have seen her goofy grin. She hadn't smiled like that in months. "What's so funny?" I asked, acting clueless.
Oh, nothing. Just a silly message in the group chat.
And that's how I discovered the woman I married was ruthlessly aggressive behind the facade of anonymity. Okay, so it's not like I expected her and me to grace the cover of Adorable Couples Weekly, but from a deep dive into her posts, you'd think we were a clinical study in dysfunctional relationships. She transcribed entire arguments we had about how to fold the bathroom towels, made constant references to that miserable trip we took to Florence when the airline lost our luggage, which was my fault somehow, and couldn't let a "what's the worst gift you ever received" thread over on Ask Reddit slip past her feed without mentioning the Naruto bookends I bought for her birthday. Admittedly, I dropped the ball there. The rest seemed totally uncalled for, though. Don't even get me started on her contributions over on Dead Bedrooms. Let's just say the terms cold reptile claw and repulsive little slug appeared multiple times. She wasn't much of a writer, but her work had real feeling behind it, which made up for the poor technique. Was I pissed? You bet I was pissed. However, if I revealed I'd uncovered this release valve, Maria would only delete the profile and mock me on a new one. I needed to use this information to relight the fire in her heart. With her birthday right around the corner, I studied her profile the way anthropologists study ancient civilizations. Buried amongst the endless comments about her horrible husband, there was a gloomy post about Maria's favorite band t-shirts which didn't fit anymore, and another agonizing over how badly it hurt knowing she'd never enjoy her late mother's cooking again. A vague idea took root in my mind. Up in the attic, I rummaged through musty boxes, gathering those old threads together. On the big day, Her Royal Highness unfurled a blanket stitched together from the old t-shirts. "Do you like it?" I asked. She came at me with a flurry of kisses. I gave her hand an affectionate squeeze and promised the celebrations weren't done yet. "I'm making a special birthday celebration dinner. Your mother's spaghetti bolognese." I'd hoped that might mark a turning point in our marriage, but Maria couldn't even wait until morning to post again. "My jackass husband destroyed clothes with deep sentimental value. Had to wolf down partner's attempt at my mom's recipe. Good thing she's already dead, because this would have literally killed her." She lied straight to my face. I couldn't believe it. Because I couldn't keep my irritation bottled up inside, the toxicity from her posts soon seeped over into our day-to-day lives. Arguments about what to watch on TV would escalate until we both screamed so loud our faces turned purple. We'd side-eye one another for chewing noisily, and if we so much as brushed arms while lying next to each other in bed, icy-fingered jolts ran through me. Maria's attitude became more and more like her online alias. By now, vague threats underpinned her posts. "My husband sleeps with his mouth open, and it makes me want to throw punch him. It's so suffocating living with my SO. I swear, sometimes I could just slip a noose around his neck." In the comments, a tsunami of people agreed she married the most unbearable prick on planet Earth, possibly even the galaxy. One Redditor asked her to cheat on me and write a dissertation about the experience. There's no point delaying the facts. The rot had eroded our marriage's very foundations. For my own benefit, I stopped obsessively refreshing the profile, because what was the point? Emotionally speaking, I had already checked out. Oof, okay, wow, what? Which part? The part about slipping a noose around his neck? Nah, that's totally fair. Reasonable behavior. In need of a good detox, I renewed my gym membership and went drinking on weeknights with high school buddies. Very soon, Maria and I became strangers living under the same roof, homing in on an inevitable, messy divorce. A month later, our 6th wedding anniversary came looming over the horizon. I expected, or hoped even, the big day might pass without fanfare. Whatever celebrations I planned would only get shredded online later. Imagine my surprise when Maria suggested a romantic, candlelit dinner. Even said she would cook. As much as she had hurt me, the memory of the love we once shared compelled me to at least try giving our marriage the kiss of life. I spent hours agonizing over a magical gift, one even the most cynical of Redditors couldn't trash. My light bulb moment came while chopping onions late one evening, and boy was it a doozy. On the big night, a thick aroma of garlic and baking bread wafted out from down the hall, which set my stomach grumbling. Already anticipating a nice, hot meal, with the sauce simmering on the stove, Maria disappeared upstairs and slipped into a form-hugging purple dress. She sat me down at the lounge table, promised the food wouldn't take much longer. I offered her a wrapped gift box, but she said we should exchange presents after dessert, and then she disappeared into the kitchen. When the door swung shut behind her, I sunk into my chair, mystified. The abrupt U-turn in her demeanor almost gave me whiplash. What spurred such a dramatic shift? I had dreaded a tense evening full of snide, cutting remarks.
No doubt her profile would be full of emotional essays on how terrible she felt about putting me down, about how it took our relationship reaching the absolute brink to make her realize what an incredible, supportive spouse she had. I grabbed my phone and opened Reddit. Rather than gush about her wonderful husband, the posts continued on like they did before, explaining how I weighed her down. Thousands had been made since I stopped checking. In one day alone, she posted 46 times. 46. I scrolled with a mounting sense of dread, my heart doing pirouettes in my chest. I think my husband's on the verge of walking out. Partner stole 5 years of my life. Now he runs around with his dumb friends. How do I make him pay? Intrusive thoughts keep telling me to murder my husband, and it's getting harder to ignore. These unhinged rants spanned 24 subreddits, half of which banned her due to threats of violence. Several dedicated followers encouraged her along this path. She'd officially lost it, plunged off the deep end, lost the last of her marbles. One post in particular caught my eye over in non-stupid questions. Made the same night Maria suggested we have dinner. How much antifreeze does it take to kill a man? Just then, she came through the door carrying 2 plates and sent them down on the table. As she slid in next to me, a dry gulp seized my throat. My eyes flicked toward the dish, back at her. I drew a deep inhale and forced a smile. Smells delicious. Of course she wasn't poisoning me. How could I even think such a ridiculous thing? Just to be sure, though, I twisted some spaghetti around the fork, held it up to Maria's mouth, and insisted she take the first bite. You've worked so hard. You deserve it. Those luscious lips pursed shut. Maria's eyes whipped between me and the fork, big and frightened. Is something wrong? I asked, my heart doing pirouettes in my chest. Wrestling the fork from me, she insisted I take the first bite. And then she tried stabbing it into my mouth. With my mouth clamped shut tighter than a vice grip, I twisted my head from side to side. Maria accused me of insulting her cooking.
How could you? And on our anniversary.
I took a deep, shuddery inhale. Honey, did you use any special ingredients? Those eyes, those big puppy dog eyes that I was once so enamored with, shot open wide. Before I could react, Maria grabbed a knife off the table. Fueled by adrenaline, I stood so suddenly my chair hit the wall. As she lunged at me, my hands groped along the table for something, anything to defend myself with. They landed on her anniversary present. The knife came down in a shining arc. At the very last second, I held the gift box in front of my chest like a shield. The blade pierced the outer packaging, becoming wedged on the contents inside. And before Maria could wrestle the knife free, I threw my arms around her waist, scooped her up into the air, and dumped her on the wooden floor. Hard. Her anniversary present, a chopping board engraved with my mother-in-law's spaghetti bolognese recipe, fell onto the rug beside us. I pinned my wife down, my thighs pressed against either side of her chest. Unable to wiggle free, she screamed and thrashed and called me an asshole. I summoned the police, who quickly arrived and arrested her, after a whirlwind of gaslighting and crocodile tears. Months have passed since that night. As part of the investigation, I shared Maria's post with the detectives. From what the solicitor tells me, her sentencing won't come up for another 7 months, at least, and she's currently detained in a mental health facility. She gets 1 hour of supervised internet time a week, and wouldn't you know it, she channels this into Reddit posts about how I'm the worst husband who ever walked the earth, how she's going to beat the phony charges and expose me for the monster I truly am. And once a week, perhaps out of a morbid sense of lost love,
I pour myself a large glass of wine, load up her profile, and dish out some awards. P.S. The only silver lining to this whole mess was that Maria helped me discover a bunch of funny cat-related subs, which cheer me up slightly. That's it. That's the story. It's not really a proper, like, spooky story. It's spooky in the sense that it's something that could very much really happen to somebody. And it's just like, yeah, this isn't the story of some horrific supernatural entity. This is just the story of a woman who has an entitled sense of self and a skewed perspective on existence and a rash of reckless, erratic behavior fueled on by simps on the internet who are like, oh, your curly hair is so pretty, you should definitely cheat on your husband and then maybe murder him. Very possible for that to really happen to somebody. Use the spaghetti. That's it. That is it. And his last gift, his gift to her was really thoughtful, actually. That was really sweet. It's like, hey, here's your mom's recipe engraved onto this special cutting board just for you. Nope, not good enough. Shooketh. You're shooketh? Why? Because it's so real? Alright. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to work through all of these. I think I picked a little more than we might have time to read. So let's go to this one just because it seems kind of interesting. This one is called, I received a strange request on my OnlyFans. I got a DM from a client the other day.
2K. Urgent. Please respond.
From Al Crowley 88. I clicked on the profile. Just a username I didn't recognize. No picture, no details, and I couldn't remember if I interacted with them before. I don't usually respond to random DMs, and I was busy getting ready for a live stream, but that amount of money got my attention. Worst comes to worst, it's another troll telling me I'm a useless whore. Yawn. What's the request? Custom vid? Addy. The reply came immediately. Guess it was urgent.
I want you to draw me something.
I stared at the message for a second. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You're joking.
No, I'm serious. Draw me a picture. 2K. No joke.
Fucking lol. I've been a sex worker for 5 years. Honestly, I've gotten a lot over that period, but this was maybe the weirdest request I'd ever gotten. You think you've heard it all? I got a notification. My scheduled stream was about to start. I glanced down at my outfit. I was doing a pirate-themed stream today. Don't ask. Reward for a long-time subscriber. So I was dressed like Nami from One Piece. In a very, revealing blue bikini top, short shorts, and a private hat, my own flourish. Or a pirate hat, my own flourish. The subscriber didn't specify the pirate, but I'm a redhead right now, and I have pretty big tits, so go figure. I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get some anime fans to tip me and pay me to cosplay again. Believe it or not, I've been requested sexy Gaara from Naruto. But I'm not gonna lie. This guy intrigued me. If nothing else, other than for my own entertainment. I don't really draw. I'm not an artist. Addy.
You don't need to be. I just want you to draw it.
Okay, I'll bite. What am I drawing?
This.
He sent an image attachment. Oh yay, another dick pic. Not opening that. As if on cue, a chime. $50 was deposited into my account, with another message.
Please open it.
Fine. My dick ratings cost $20, so I was already ahead of the curve.
And if it was something worse, well, let's just say I've been sent to the darkest parts of the internet, so what the hell? I opened it. And what I saw was very strange. Stranger than I even expected. I wonder if I should start a dick rating service for $50 per dick rating. Sorry, non sequitur, unrelated thoughts. Continue with the story. It was a scan of an image. It looked like it was taken from a very old library book that got beat to hell or something. The page itself was yellow and cracked, and on it, a symbol drawn in splattered black paint on a wall. A row of interlocking circles around the edge of the image, with a crude sketch of an eye, 6 times along its circumference, contained within triangles. And there were words circling around the edge of the image, but it was in a language I didn't recognize, like the letters were from some alphabet I hadn't heard of. I'd never seen anything like it. What is this? Addie. No answer. I waited, stared at the image, and then my eyes glanced up at the message chain, at the promised $2,000. Probably 8 streaming sessions worth of work. And if this is his kink, who am I to judge? You just want me to draw this, like on MS Paint or something? Addie.
No. On your floor. Chalk works best.
This is a joke.
No!
Al. Another $50 into my account. This guy was a fucking trip, but he clearly wasn't kidding. I don't have chalk, LOL. I can run to the store.
No. Need it now.
It never fails. When the mood strikes, the mood strikes. They gotta get off right away. I rummaged through the desk next to my cam setup, pushed aside random shit, makeup, papers, my toys. I found a pencil. I looked at the hardwood floor of my apartment. No way that was gonna work. Then I remembered and found my old purse on the floor in my closet, and inside it, a thick black Sharpie. I tested it on the floor. Bingo. I messaged him back. Does marker work for you? By the way, just to be clear, a lot of these messages are typed with like shorthand. Like this says for you, like the number 4 and the letter U. And when like she said serious, it was SRS. So just imagine these people texting each other if you really want to get the full experience here. Again, the reply was immediate.
Yes. As long as I can see it. Draw big.
Calm down, my guy. Horniness does strange things to a man. Well, fine. It wouldn't take me more than a minute. Okay, drawing now. I pulled out the pic he sent me on my phone, ignoring my other pending messages, and the chimes from my scheduled livestream and loyal users asking where I was. They could wait. They might even like waiting. Besides, I kind of wanted to see where this went. So I kneeled down on the floor next to my bed, pulled aside the carpet, put Sharpie to hardwood, and began to draw. It actually showed up pretty well. Listen, I'm no Picasso, but I was pretty good in high school. I even did an art show with one of my teachers. It was a portrait of my mom. I made sure to take it before her 3rd glass of rosé. I think Dad still has it somewhere. If he even opened anything he had after she died. Really, my point is, I'm not so bad. I surveyed my handiwork. It was a little shaky. Circles aren't easy, you know. But it was pretty accurate. I might even call it damned good. I'd say he picked the right cam girl. I turned down the lights and took a photo of it with a flash, sent it back to Al. How's this? No reply. Question mark, question mark, question mark? Still nothing. Oh well. At least I made a hundo, and got a fun story out of it. Then my phone buzzed. $2,000.
Yes! You did so well! I love what you, Addie!
Just to be clear about what he's saying, he's very excited. He's incredibly excited. No time for spelling correctly. Jesus fucking Christ. I spent maybe 2 minutes drawing this ridiculous circle, and I made more money than I did in the last month of camming.
Also, as a side note, don't judge me. I have a few loyal clients, but I'm not in some top percentage or anything. I'm hot, I'll admit it, but I'm not trying to be the queen of OnlyFans. As shocked and happy as I was with that amount of money for that little work, I remembered to keep my cool and maintain my persona. I'm glad you like it, Al. Anything for you, winky face. I almost feel like I have to show you how these are being typed. It's just, you have to understand this is what's happening. I tried to stifle the vivid thought that this guy was jerking off to a circle I just drew in Sharpie at my shitty apartment floor.
You're the best.
Great. Easiest money of my life. Thinking we were done, I moved to start my live stream. But then he surprised me.
Want to make 5K tonight?
Al. What? But I kept my cool. Always keep your cool with guys like this. You mean 3K more?
No, sorry. I mean 5K more.
Okay, fuck the live stream. This guy could pay my bills for life. Anything for you, Al. Okay, obviously I'm not going to do anything for this rando, but the guy who gets off on drawings probably isn't going to ask me to cut off my nipples all of a sudden.
Yes, yes, yes! I just need you to say something and videotape it.
I'm not going to lie. This request was another curveball, and his frantic messaging style was a little weird, but I know how hard it is to type with one hand. Not to be crass. Also, fuck you, don't be a prude, you're still reading this. What do you want me to say, Daddy? Okay, it was a shot in the dark, but a pretty substantial portion of my clients like it. And I kind of like it too. No reply. Crickets. Shit. Maybe I fucked up. A bridge too far. I cursed myself for not just playing it safe to get another 5K. I could have had $8,000 tonight.
Money!
This is so odd. Hello, Spooky. I mean, it's pretty obvious what he's trying to do, but it's not obvious to Addie here. Poor girl. Trying to get some money from her sugar daddy. It is? If it's not obvious to you yet, it'll become obvious soon, I'm sure. Just think about what's happening here and what he's asking for. But then, a message. I wrinkled my brow reading it because it looked like complete nonsense.
Klumina isathu plementu klumenelbix maganaf.
Al. I tried reading it about 30 times. I still couldn't wrap my head around it. Did you have a stroke?
Lol, no. Addie, you are so funny. Just say those words. Video for me.
This guy could not be fucking serious. I sat for a second, chewed my fingernails. I started thinking about this, really thinking about it. Something felt off. This was weird, right? Possibilities started running through my head. This guy doesn't know who I am, does he? Did he dox me? Was this Tyler playing some kind of sick joke? I didn't think he had the money for this, but there's always complaining after the fact to try to get a refund. And fuck, he could be spiteful. Here's Addison, my slutty ex. She'll do anything for $1. I made her say fucking nonsense and draw shit on her floor while she dressed like a slutty pirate. Anybody else want a turn? I looked down at myself, what I was wearing, and at the themed laundry I had for later in the stream. And my mother's words rang through me. You can make as much money as you want. It doesn't matter if you don't respect yourself. I'd never seen anything like this. And I was buying into it, hook, line, and sinker. I felt like an idiot, and I suddenly felt tears forming at the corners of my eyes. Thankfully, another message snapped me out of it.
Please. I need it. Promise I'm not messing with you.
Al. Almost like he heard my thoughts. And even better, with the message, another $500 sent.
That's just for you. I'll still give 5K more.
Okay. $8,000 for a single night. Fucking count me in. Tyler and my mom be damned. I wiped my eyes, resolved myself to put on my big girl pants, and resumed this little game. Lurky on mute. Absolutely. Hope you're enjoying. Hope you're. Fuck, he's on mute. Hope you're enjoying your lurk. Lol. Just for you, winky face. Gary's gonna have no idea what this means. He doesn't know what story we're reading right now. It's fine. All right, I'll do it. Calm down, big boy. Winky face. Any tips for pronunciation? What language is it? No reply for a moment. Then, not a message, but an audio clip. All right. At this point, with how much he has spent, he has earned me taking a listen. I put on my headphones and then opened it. There was just a crackling silence for a few seconds. Then, a strange guttural voice started. Raspy. Like James Earl Jones bet for 1,000 cigarettes. He spoke the words right into my ears. It was very intimate, almost sensual. Al was not like I imagined him, if it even was Al. The recording felt old somehow. Very old. Like those recordings from when people used phonographs or whatever they're called. I felt chills shoot down my spine. Something about the recording felt very wrong. Instinctively, I panicked. I ripped off my headphones and threw them on the ground without even realizing what I was doing. I sat there for a moment. My breathing was sharp, rapid. My skin was tingling with goosebumps. A chime nearly made me jump.
You there? Did you listen?
Al. I checked myself. Was I getting this worked up over an audio clip from some random guy? This was his kink. No big deal. Sure, it was unique, and it made no sense to me, but I don't make a habit of judging people. I wouldn't have a job if I did. I collected myself and replied. Back to Fantasy Addy. Yes, I got it. I'll say it and record now.
Yes, Eddie, you're the best!
I took another stab with my message. Who knows? Maybe I could make even more off of him. Wants me wearing anything? Winky face.
Wear whatever you want. Just say the words. And make sure you do it in front of the drawing.
That's funny. I don't usually get the cold shoulder, especially when I offer something like that. But I shouldn't be surprised. It just was an escalation of the first thing. I already knew he wasn't like any of the usual clients, not so easy to please. In a way, it was refreshing he didn't just want me for my body. Instead, I'd be making $5,000 for my art and acting skills. And that kind of gave me a little thrill. So I set my phone up on my desk, positioned the camera so it faced me, kneeled down around the circle, and said the words as best I could. Clymena isete plementu Clymenarbix magnaf. I said it slowly, still butchering the words. There's no way this guy was going to be happy. I hope it wasn't his first language or anything. If it was, he'd probably be offended. I stopped the video, preparing to try again. Then a chime from my laptop. I glanced at the message.
Yes! Yes! Keep saying, again!
Wait. I wasn't live streaming. And I hadn't sent him anything yet. How did he know I was doing it? Did he just trust me that much? My doubts were quelled when another chime announced $5,000 going into my account. So I did what anybody would do. I kept saying it. Over and over again. Recording the whole time. And with it, more chimes. More messages. Tipping me to keep repeating the nonsense phrase. It was all fair game. until something started to feel strange. A chill struck me, and a guttural, chittering hum, like from the audio clip, resonated through the air, like other voices were speaking with me. As I looked around the space, I no longer saw my centipede-infested New York apartment. I saw something else. Like a hallucination, a desert mirage after a death-defying heat stroke. And I felt that I was no longer me. I was someone else. Someone in a faraway place, in a time that wasn't now. Seeing things not meant for Addison. I sat in a vast, oppressive city that stretched out interminably, row after row of towering industrial architecture jutting out at impossible angles. A skyline of crooked spires climbed high above where I could crane my neck to see, their throats coughing black smoke into a sky polluted with the putrescent color of sickly green. And in that same sky, an innumerable collection of impossibly black umbral stars, and they somehow felt alive. A wave of irrepressible horror shot through me, a sudden, icy realization of the existence of things I could not name, could not understand. Their names, unutterable, except by a language already long dead when the planets were young and the sun was cold. But the mere existence of these beings somehow filled me with a sense of purpose, of appreciation for what could come, and what was to come, and what had to come, what must come, as I sat in that city where time had no place, and God had no reign, whose name I numbly knew to be Klugmanderbix. I felt the sable stars turn their malefic gaze straight towards me. I saw an engulfing green sky, teeming with countless shadowy beings who knew me and knew my shame and fear, and wanted me nonetheless, wanted me more for it, as if they saw me, and straight through me, and through my soul, and every life I had lived in every past existence, stretching through to the antediluvian eons of our feckless, aimless wandering. But that wandering was now at an end, because I was myself. I was my ancestors. I was an ant, beholding the great works of mankind, my consciousness registering 1,000th, a 10,000th, a 100,000th of their designs for an unaware, ungrateful universe. The stars yawned, bellowed, and the green sky turned black. The world tilted, turned in on itself, an endless city of onyx, devouring itself, and devouring itself, and devouring itself, and swallowing whole the children of ancient Methuselah, and greedy Belial, and thirsting Klugmina, and those half-wrought children, begging for their mercy and devouring themselves as well, for they were imitators of a god they would never know, never fathom, a perpetual abyss of eldritch origins, awaiting them and us all, a womb, a warm, wet, engulfing, swallowing, hungry womb, and bing! My phone chimed. I was back in my apartment, sitting in front of my drawing. My chin was coated with drool. Jesus, how long had I been out? And what had I just seen? Was it a dream? Almost like reading the words put me in some strange trance. Last thing I could remember was the video. I looked at my phone. It was almost dead because it had been recording for 2 hours. I stopped it, scanned back through the video. It was just me, sitting in place, repeating that phrase for Al for 2 fucking hours.
Bing.
I glanced at my computer.
You have done well.
Al. He sure got my attention, because the notification that came through told me something impossible. Over the past 2 hours, Al had sent me $40,000. I stared at my computer, awestruck. Did I just make nearly $50,000 for a drawing and mumbling some nonsense? I almost felt bad for the guy. But who knows? I could have been talking to Jeff Bezos incognito. Another message. This one made me stop and made my mouth go dry.
You have done what was asked. You have made this high priest weep with quiet jubilation.
The 2 hours that I passed out went through my mind again, sending icy shivers through my whole body. But then I realized something. Tried to keep my cool, but I had to say it. What? LOL, I never sent you the video. He didn't reply for a moment, but when he did, I felt myself shudder.
But there is still more to be done. Addison, you are one of the heralds for the Great Beckoning, in this life and the next.
What in the fuck is this guy talking about? He comes and is suddenly a completely different person? This was absolutely nuts. And so were his. And more to be done? What else could he be asking of me? But something about what he said struck something in me. Like a dream I couldn't quite remember. A taste on the tip of my tongue. A city. Someone watching me from above. Or something. I had no idea. Money. I would summon an eldritch being for money. Yeah, fuck it, why not? What are you talking about? You're scaring me. There's a long silence. Al? What's going on? Again, I tried. Al, talk to me. I'll call the cops. My breathing was ragged, harsh. I was sweating. I felt terror gripping me. I was near to having a panic attack. And then, another message. This time, it was a video attachment. With a trembling hand, I clicked it. There he was, jerking his gherkin as quickly as he could, panting and wheezing. Oh wait, no, sorry. I misread that. That's not what it says. It says, there he was. Al. A kindly, seemingly harmless older man. Clean-shaven. A little heavyset, wearing what looked like a dark bathrobe. He was in a dark space. I couldn't tell if it was a den or basement, but the walls almost looked like they were made of granite or stone or something. And I have to say, he scared me. Because he didn't say a word. He just smiled. A grin that contained a happiness that I was almost jealous of in that moment. Pure, endless glee, like a giddy child. He maintained that smile for a long time, not moving a muscle, and I couldn't look away. He finally spoke. His voice was trembling with excitation.
After a lifetime of service, my rite is complete. I leave you now, hopeful that the world will soon be as it was dreamt of, in their ancient slumber. After countless millennia, dreams which were merely dreams may beget reality. You must do this for others, Addison, as I have done for you. You must make them see the light. Draw the symbol. Invoke his name. One by one. One new acolyte for every moon that passes.
Al leaned in close, his eyes suddenly glinting with a chilling malice.
Do this, or you may experience tortures beyond your wildest imagination. Tortures that will last 1,000 lifetimes. Tortures beyond your wildest nightmares. But if you listen, if you obey, your rewards will be everlasting. Remember, this is only the beginning.
He smiled again, and then his smile faded, and became something more akin to orgasmic euphoria. He lifted something into frame, a large, jagged knife, and never breaking his gaze, he did something shocking.
He pulled the blade across his throat, slashing it open, as casually as if it were a friendly wave. Blood poured out in streams, spilling out all over him, soaking his robe. He shook with pleasure, in rapture as the warm flow of death overtook him. The expression was familiar. I'd seen it on my clients' faces countless times. Usually it was followed by the come down, the acknowledgement of their shame as the orgasm faded and they prepared themselves to face boring, grim reality. But his face, it never lost that glow. I couldn't look away, couldn't shut off the video, as the man bled out, unblinking, until he slumped forward. The video continued for a few silent, agonizing moments. Then it cut out. I was shaking. Tears streaked down my face, mascara stinging my eyes, and my blood was as cold as ice. I didn't understand what had happened. Was I responsible for this man's suicide? I thought it was a silly drawing, a funny phrase, a client with a kink that I hadn't seen yet, but in reality, I knew in my heart I'd been drawn into something more horrifying than I could ever imagine. And his final words, they were a threat, a promise. If I didn't do what he said, they'd come for me. I don't know who and I don't know why, but they needed their word spread, their gospel. Once every moon, a new acolyte. Awful, Quvar, you stinker. What? It's not my fault. The words are very similar. I was trying to read it and it just came out differently than what I thought it was going to be. His name? Quvar. Dun dun dun. I'm not an eldritch monstrosity. Shh, hush, it's fine. A little kinky. That's not the end of the story, by the way. It goes on. All of that was a year ago. Since then, I pick one follower a month. Usually the most disrespectful or demanding, but sometimes just the most gullible, and I make them take part in the same little ritual I did. I've tried to avoid passing it on, sharing this strange curse, but when the moon reaches its fullest, and the cycle draws to a close, if I haven't found my victim yet, I begin to see things. Hear things. I tried it once, just to see if Al's threat was true. It was. It starts at the end of the first week, somewhere deep in the shadows. Little movements on the edges of them, like blurring the lines between our world and theirs, little tricks on the brain. By the second week, I begin to hear voices in the night, urgent, furtive whispers. They begin as panicked chittering, but as the third week comes to pass, they grow angrier, more threatening. By the fourth week, the shadows have eyes, and they watch me from the darkened corners and lonely spaces, willing me to do their bidding. Soon, they grow mouths. Desperate, hungry mouths that lick their lips as they wait for me to fulfill my bargain. They creep closer and closer to my bed as I sleep, eager to take their opportunity if I don't. I can feel them. 1 month, I waited until the night of the full moon. Just as it was about to wane, I walked to the window, pulled aside my curtains, lifted the shades. The sky was green. The stars were black. And they were smiling at me, their mouths full of row after row of jagged teeth. They promised me the endless torment Al had warned of. It had to be in my head. I closed my curtains, went inside, and messaged a loyal follower. Within the hour, I had passed it on. And just like that, everything went back to normal. No more creeping shadows, no more hushed whispers. When I opened my curtains, the moon gleamed back at me, and the stars kept their silent vigils they always had, faintly visible over the city lights. So I never made that mistake again. In fact, I never even wait past the first week. Why am I telling you this? Other than for you to think of me as some insane girl who lost her mind under the stress of seeing a client do something so horrible, so traumatic. Because if you've been reading this far, I can tell that you care. I can tell that you probably understand that I live in constant fear, in constant terror from the madness and horror I desperately try to stave off. I barely eat. I barely sleep. But the guilt is the worst part. Knowing that I'm passing it on just the same. Passing on the same thing I made my bargain for. So I want to give you a warning and ask you to please listen. If you get a profile like mine reaching out to you, asking you to do something strange, offering you something you very much want, think twice. It might be someone like me, and then you'll see the shadows too. Addie. Hello, Ash. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're a wonderful, fantastic Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. We are reading some spooky, scary stories here. I hope you have a wonderful, fantastic day. You're free to stick around, hang out, lurk, get comfy, cozy, eat some snacks, some treats, maybe get a little hot cocoa or something while we read a couple more spooky, scary stories here. We're getting close to the end of the stream because I gotta get to bed at some point tonight. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna be able to read all of these. But thank you for greeting each other as well. Let's see. How long are these next ones? Let's see if I can read maybe a couple of shorter ones, possibly. That one's a little long. That one's decently long. That one's very long, so we're going to avoid that one for now. What about this one? That one's decently long as well. They're all kind of long. That one's very long. So those ones I think we're going to avoid for now because I don't think I'll have enough time for them. This one is rather short, actually. So that one we could probably read. And this one is very long, but also very interesting. All right. Full warning that Mariah Carey is going to fully defrost tomorrow. So anybody working in retail, be prepared to be bombarded by nonstop Christmas music during November. Yep, I definitely did not sing that song to start the stream off. That would be ridiculous. Also, it snowed today for me. We had our first snowstorm already. Happy Halloween! Woo! X to doubt. Definitely not. No way. Didn't happen. Shh, it's fine. Alright, what do we want to do here? Alright, I'm going to read the two shorter ones, and I think we'll read one of the longer ones. And I'll let you guys kind of vote on which of the longer ones we read. Let's see. Alright, so there's a story called We Never Open the Door When There's Only One Knock. There's Don't Play the Can You Hide game if it appears on your phone. There's My friend texts me every day to come open doors for him and it's driving me crazy. How do I help him get over this weird hang-up? There's As I got in the elevator, the man getting off whispered something strange to me. And there's Someone snaps their fingers outside my window every night at 3 a.m. The neighbors warned me not to look at him. Do any of those appeal to any of you? I could probably make an actual poll as well, so you don't have to try to remember all the names of them. Give me a second. We'll do a new poll. I don't think I have enough characters.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tighten these up real easy. Oh, there's a cricket in my room. Hello, cricket. What are you doing over there? Is that a cricket? Actually, I don't know what that is. Hold on. Hello, friend. What are you? Are you gonna slink into my mouth while I sleep? Is that your plan? You think I'm some sort of hungry boy? Who do you think I am? I'm not a hungry boy. You're a hungry boy. He disappeared. It's fine. Sorry, I'm working on a, I'm working on this. Friend texts. All right. So this is not a great poll because I had to shorten them all up. But we're running this poll now. What the fuck was that noise? Thank you, Gary, for the horror. The Nor. You want the Nor? So, never open the door on first knock. Don't play Can You Hide game if it shows up on your phone. Fragan texts me to open his doors. How do I get him to knock this off? Man whispers something strange to me when I got off the elevator. And someone snaps outside my window at 3 a.m. every day. Feel free to vote. Let me know what you're interested in. And we'll do that as the long story to end it. The man says something as he leaves. He says, "It's free real estate. Open the door." There's actually 2 stories about opening doors. There's 2 stories about opening the door. While this poll is ongoing, we will read the 2 shorter ones quick. Starting with... I don't actually know if this one's that much shorter, but it's kind of short. My entire family is doing their chores without me asking, and I'm freaking the fuck out. My husband was first. When I came home from work, I found my husband in the kitchen, dish rag in hand, wiping down the counters. "Hi, babe," he said, giving me a kiss. Then he went right back to wiping. Look, I love my family. They're wonderful. But 99% of the time, when I get home from work, the kids are on the TV and my husband is on his iPad. "Thanks for cleaning," I said uneasily. And then that little thought wormed its way into my head. He's cleaning because he expects something in return. Well, that was fine by me. I was tired, but I'd happily trade sexy times for a clean kitchen. But things got weirder when I walked into the living room. My 2 kids weren't parked in front of the TV, watching YouTube videos of toys being unboxed and cars crashing violently. Layla was putting her stuffies in a toy bin, and Ben was actually doing his homework. I stood there in shock, staring at them.
Hi, Mommy.
Layla said with a big smile.
Did you have a good day?
No. My daughter, who's usually using the sofa as a jungle gym and scribbling on the walls, she was asking me if I had a good day. It was fine. Why is it so clean in here? Did Daddy take you out to the park for the day? She shook her head.
We've been drawing and stuff.
She reached over to the pile of paper and pulled out a drawing. It depicted in crude stick figures, me holding her hand.
I drew this for you, Mommy.
I grabbed the drawing. It said, "I love you, Mommy," with a smiley face across the top. Thanks. That's very sweet of you, Layla. Scary stories, huh? Is one of the stories my crippling self-deprecation jokes, my low self-esteem. Nope. It is not, unfortunately, because those are not scary stories. Those are a reality that's not reality aside from in your head. And we can break that down bit by bit, piece by piece, by building up the knowledge and the understanding that you are worthwhile and you have value beyond what you can even imagine, far beyond what you can imagine for yourself. I guarantee you there are plenty of reasons why you matter, and to more people than you can imagine yourself, including me. And my word is gospel. I've never been wrong. Ain't never been wrong, not once, not never. Probably. Things only got weirder from there. Dinner time is always a fight. My kids are picky as hell and someone always spits out food at some point, but Layla and Ben ate their dinners like two normal kids, without complaint. And then after, my husband started doing the dishes without being asked. Cue Twilight Zone music. This was getting too weird. Had they joined a cult? Watched some YouTube video about kindness and discipline? Was it another fake social media holiday like Daughter's Day or Son's Day but honoring mothers? Or was it just a good day? Occasionally my kids were this well behaved. It was just the confluence of their behavior and my husband's that was super strange. Around 7 p.m., my husband offered to watch the kids while I took a shower. But when I got out, I heard them talking in the family room, in low, hushed voices. I didn't even know my kids could talk at that volume. Speaking of volume, one last reminder at medium volume. The poll is about halfway over. If anybody is interested in voting to see which longer spooky story we read to end the stream, feel free to let your voice be known. I started for them, but I stopped in my tracks when I heard them say my name. My name. Layla called me Kate, not Mommy. My blood turned to ice. I stood there, frozen, just beyond the doorway.
I gave Kate my drawing,
Layla said, with vocabulary and diction that seemed far too mature for a 7-year-old.
She seemed to like it.
I did all my homework and cleaned the bathroom,
Ben added.
It's spotless in there.
Okay, good job, both of you. We need to keep this up, okay? This is what husbands and children do.
With that, I heard footsteps coming my way. Heart hammering in my chest, I darted back for the stairs. As they came around the corner, I pretended I'd just come down.
You guys doing okay?
I asked, though my voice shook. What the hell is going on here? Layla ran up to me and grabbed my hand. My heart dropped at her ice-cold touch.
I want a bedtime story, Mommy.
She sing-songed, her voice a completely different intonation than before.
I want a bedtime story too.
I glanced up at my husband. He shot me a warm smile. Could you put them to bed tonight? I'm not feeling great.
Sure, honey.
I listened to their footsteps pounding up the stairs. Then I got the fuck out of there. I ran out to the car, sat there for a moment, my entire body shaking. Where are my babies? Suddenly my heart ached for Layla's tantrums, for Ben's ear-splitting shrieks as he played Minecraft, for the messes and spills and chaos. Tears running down my cheeks, I started the car and began to back out of the driveway.
Beep, beep, beep.
The rear collision alert. I stomped on the brakes and glanced in the rearview mirror. No. My husband, Layla, and Ben were standing motionless in the darkness, blocking my way out. They were no longer smiling. Their faces were set in stone as they stared me down, scowling at me in the mirror. And their eyes, oh God, their eyes. They were pure black. Instinct shut in. I flipped the car into drive and pulled over the grass. Then I peeled out of the neighborhood. It's been an hour now. I called the police, but they don't believe me. I don't know what to do next. My family isn't acting like my family. I'm terrified. And more than anything, I miss my babies and my husband. The good and the bad. What should I do? That's the end of that story. Short one. Just, another little body swapping horror thing. Wish I only fell on a Friday. Gotta go to bed tonight, everyone. Absolutely. It's a shame it's a Tuesday. I got to get to bed shortly myself. Shortly being within the next hour or two. But still, take care, Gary. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you had a wonderful Halloween. Got some good candy. Rest well and have a fantastic day at work tomorrow. So that was alright. It's classic, my family's not my family anymore kind of thing. Nothing super spooky. Next up, we have another 911 transcript. This time for the Peekaboo Killer. Initial 911 call came in at 10:57 p.m. on 12/11/2020. Dispatcher. 911, what is the nature of your emergency? Caller. I don't know. I don't know if it's an emergency, but could you please send someone? Dispatcher. Do you need police or is this a medical emergency? Could you send an officer out? I don't know. It might just be some kids messing around or something, but... Caller goes quiet for a few seconds. Hello? I'd feel better if someone came out to check. What is your address? 1056... Redacted. And what is your name? It's Aaron Feller. Okay, Aaron. I have officers on the way. What's going on? Well, I was calling my dog in from the backyard, and she was growling at something out there. I couldn't see what, though. I finally got her to come inside, and the second I closed the door and locked it, something smacked into the glass window. Not hard enough to break it, but it was hard enough to rattle the door. What time was this? About 5 minutes ago. Were you able to see anyone? No, there's blinds on my back door and they were down, but I heard the doorknob jiggling a few times before I called you. Caller tries to quiet her dog who can be heard growling. I yelled that I was calling the police and the noises stopped, but like I said, it could be some kids, but I don't know. Okay. And have you heard any other noises since then? No, just the door, but my dog's still growling. Okay. I have an officer en route to you, Aaron. Are the doors and windows locked? Yes, they're locked. All right. An officer should be out to you shortly. Stay inside and keep the doors locked until the officer arrives, okay? Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Call ended. Officer Collier was dispatched to the location. He saw no signs of any persons around the property. He did note that the dog was still anxious and growling at the back door. He advised Miss Feller to keep her doors locked and call if she should see or hear anything else. 911 call came in at 1:27 a.m., 12/12/2020. About 2-3 hours later. Dispatcher. 911, what is your emergency? It's me again. Can you send an officer back out, please? Caller is in obvious distress and breathing rapidly. Is this for 1056 redacted? Yes, someone was just looking in through my front window. Can you just send someone? I have an officer en route to you. You said you saw someone looking through your window? Yes, I was in bed, but Ginger, my dog, ran to the front door, growling. I pulled up the blinds a bit, but didn't see anything at first. And I saw a face pop up, but just the top of their head and eyes, like they were playing peekaboo or something. I screamed, and Ginger started barking and going nuts, and the person popped down out of view again. Breathing is erratic. How long ago was this? A few minutes ago. They popped up again just before I called you, but they went back down under the window. I'm in my bedroom now. Did you recognize the person, ma'am?
No, I only saw their eyes and the top of their head, but they looked, I don't know, like a mime or something.
A mime?
Yes, white makeup on their face and head.
Unintelligible.
Really disturbing.
Okay. I want you to stay on the phone with me until the officer arrives. Just stay in your room until you hear them.
Okay.
Does your bedroom door have a lock?
Yes, it's locked.
Dispatch stayed on the line with Miss Fowler until officers arrived. Officers arrived and announced themselves. 11 minutes later, and the call was terminated. Officers Copeland and Laurie arrived on scene to find Aaron Feller in great distress. Miss Feller claimed to have seen a mime at her door. Officers noted that Miss Feller did not seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Miss Feller seemed anxious but lucid. Miss Feller pointed out to the officers where she'd seen the suspect peering through her window. The glass had no visible marks on it other than a smear of white paint. Officers were able to see 2 impressions in the dirt just underneath the windowsill outside the laundry room. Officers stated the impressions looked as if someone had just been standing barefoot, on the tips of their toes. Officers checked the area and the fields surrounding the home, and found a trail of footprints leading away from the home to the woods behind Miss Feller's home. When followed, the footprints seemed to be erratic and moving around in a zigzag pattern. The prints stopped abruptly at a large tree, but there were no signs of any persons in the tree. The footprints looked to be made by someone who was barefoot and walking solely on their toes. Officers checked the woods but found nothing of note. Officers spoke with the closest neighbors, a half a mile down the road. The neighbors stated they hadn't heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. Officers reminded Miss Feller to keep her doors locked and advised her to call back if the person or persons returned. 911 call came in at 3:41 a.m. on 12/12/2020. 911, what is your
I need the police now.
Caller is in obvious distress. The sound of her dog can be heard barking in the background. Is this for 1056 redacted?
Yes, I just saw that person looking in my bedroom window. I was asleep and heard tapping on my window. When I looked up, that face was pressed up against the glass. How long before the police get here?
Caller can be heard breathing rapidly and sounds as if she's moving around the house. I have officers en route to you now, Miss Feller. Can you lock yourself in your bedroom?
No, it was still tapping on the glass when I left. It keeps smiling at me. I'm upstairs in my office. It has a lock.
Caller tries to calm her dog. Okay, Aaron.
It was smiling at me. And like mouthing words or something, but I don't know what. They didn't have eyelids.
Caller whimpers. Okay, Aaron, just stay calm. Officers are not far from you.
I don't understand why.
Caller goes quiet, and the sound of her dog growling can be heard. Are you there?
I heard something. I think they're in the house.
You can stay quiet if you need to. I'm still on the line.
It sounds like. Wait.
A muffled metallic sound can be heard, followed by a scream and barking.
Oh my god! Ah!
Caller screams and sounds to be running. A door slams.
Ginger, come here! Ginger, come here!
Aaron, are you alright? Can you tell me what's happening? A full minute passes with no response to dispatcher's questions. Caller can be heard trying to calm her dog. Aaron?
I'm in. Hello?
I'm here.
I'm in the downstairs bathroom. Where are the police?
Caller is out of breath. They're 4 minutes out, Aaron. They're doing their best to get to you as fast as they can. Just try and remain calm. You're doing great.
It got inside the fucking vent. God.
Aaron, did you just say the person was inside your vents? Can you clarify what you mean?
Like the fucking vent the heat comes out of. I heard something moving in there and bent down to flip open the vent and saw that white face staring out.
Caller sounds to be hyperventilating. How big are your air vents, Aaron?
The standard size, I don't know, 6 inches or so. Not big enough for a fucking person to crawl through, but they did. They did.
Okay, take deep breaths. Officers are less than 2 minutes out.
Oh my god, why is it taking so long?
Just keep the door locked and...
I think...
Caller goes quiet.
I hear it moving around in the fence. I hear tapping on it.
It's okay to remain quiet. I'm here. Do you have anything you can use as a weapon?
I have the towel bar. Oh my god! He's poking its fingers through!
A door slams, followed by screams and high-pitched laughter. Caller sounds to be running. Laughing grows louder, almost mechanical in nature. Call ends. Officers McQuarrie and Pape arrive on scene approximately 56 seconds later. The front door was open prior to their arrival, and there were obvious signs of a struggle throughout the home. Officers called out to Miss Feller, but did not get a response. Officer Pape found the dog in the downstairs laundry room, staring into the air vent and whimpering. The dog had obvious cuts and scrapes around its snout and paws from attempting to enter the air vent. Traces of white makeup were found on most of the windows in the home, on the inside of the glass. After a thorough investigation, officers collected blood and hair samples inside 4 of the vents throughout the home, along with fingernails that were embedded in one of the grates. More traces of white paint were found inside all the vents in the home. Hair samples matched the hair length and color of Miss Feller's. It is noted that all of the vents in the home were measured at 6 by 10 inches, much too small for a person to move through or even fit inside. To date, Miss Feller is still missing, and there is a reward for any information leading to her whereabouts.
Yay! Wasn't that a fun one? Wasn't that just really fun? It was pretty fun, I think. The axe scared me. I don't like it. I bet you liked it. I bet you were really fond of that one. I think you probably were like, man, that's a really cool story. It was really neat. I did like that one though. It was written pretty well. I think the 911 transcripts are kind of interesting in the way they're formatted because it's all just like strict dialogue, just one after the other with no real like limited descriptive words. And I think that one was good. Built up on the emotion well. It's good stuff. Also, the imagery of that's very terrifying. A mime-like face smiling widely with no eyelids staring at you from the windows, and then also staring at you from the vents and grabbing you from the vents and laughing. Good stuff. And now we have what might be our final story for the evening. We'll see how long it takes to read. Per the poll that we had, we will be reading We Never Open the Door When There's Only One Knock. Please, just let me in. It's getting cold.
The voice was familiar, only older than I remembered. Very close to detail.
Lala, please.
Using my old nickname was a nice touch as well. I sat on the floor next to the door, my arms wrapped around my legs. Of course, this had to happen the 1 week my parents left me alone. They hadn't gone on vacation for years. I practically begged them to get away for a while, for their own good. If I called them, they'd come right back, but I don't think they would have helped me anyways. Besides, I wasn't an idiot. I heard the knock, and I would not open that door. When someone comes to your house, they will ring the bell or knock a few times. Most people like to play it safe and simply use the bell, and then you open the door as you normally would. But never, absolutely never, should you open the door when there's only one knock. It was the very first thing we were told when we moved to this neighborhood all those years ago. There are a bunch of rumors of people disappearing or suddenly dying after opening their doors, though they all supposedly happened before we even lived here. I never believed in it, not even when I was little. This town was simply insane. Most people here were a little eccentric and unusual. Well, that's what I believed, until I heard my lost sister call for me, after the one loud knock on our front door.
Please go away.
I whispered. Even after all those years, I recognized her voice. When I heard it, I jumped right up, ready to open that door wide. But I knew it wasn't her. I looked through the window. There was nobody in front of our door. I don't know how much time had passed before I finally grabbed my phone and called Max, who's not only our neighbor, but one of my closest friends.
She's here.
I said. I knew I wasn't making much sense. I didn't know how to word my thoughts.
Who? Where?
He answered.
Ruby.
Silence.
What?
Max started speaking, but stopped.
She knocked.
That was enough information for him.
You didn't open it, did you?
I shook my head, which of course he couldn't see.
I'm coming over now, okay?
Unrelated, but it's really funny to me that her sister's name is Ruby and she's talking to Max. Just want to get that out there. I'm not sure how many minutes passed, but Ruby had stopped asking me to open the door.
Hey, Lainey. I don't think the bell is working, I heard Max. Maybe they screwed with it.
I swallowed.
You could knock.
There was silence for a little while. Followed by one loud thud. When I didn't open the door, the sound of Max started shouting angrily, loudly.
Open the fucking door!
His voice became louder and louder until it hit a frequency that almost made my eardrums explode. I didn't move. I didn't speak. And finally, the doorbell rang, and the voice became silent. Slowly, I got up from the door to look outside. This time, it was really him.
The last time I saw her, we had the biggest fight of our lives.
We were sitting in the living room with tea that had already turned cold. I don't open up about Ruby often, but hearing her voice today really messed me up.
It all because of stupid Jack.
I rolled my eyes. Max smiled.
A boy?
I shook my head and laughed.
No. Jack was a stuffed toy in the shape of a pumpkin.
I had never told Max about the fight. In fact, nobody but my parents knew about it.
I loved that damn thing. Wanted that at the Halloween carnival. When Ruby saw it, she begged me to give it to her. She cried for hours because she hadn't won it, and even when my parents said they'd buy her another toy, she wouldn't stop. She wanted mine.
Well, she wanted to be just like you.
It's sweet. I nodded. Ruby was a year younger than me. but she used to act as if we were twins. She wore my clothes, played the same sports, and always wanted to hang out with me and my friends. When I think about it, now I think it was adorable, of course. Back then I found it insufferable. I sighed. For days, I took Jack everywhere with me, even to the bathroom. It was probably just out of pettiness, but that toy became everything to me. So when I came home from school one afternoon and saw that Ruby had cut it in half, I screamed at her like never before. She only looked at me with big, teary eyes. Max put his hand on my shoulder. Come on, Lainey. Siblings fight. It's normal. I saw you with her, though, and you were a damn good big sister. I nodded. Of course. I knew it was just some stupid fight between kids, but if I could turn back time, I'd give her every shitty toy I owned. This happened 5 years ago. Ruby would be 16 now. My parents have tried everything for years to find her. I believe the only reason we still live here is that they never entirely gave up the hope that she'd come back home one day. Maybe now she was. Just in a different way. Do you think I'm losing my mind, Max? He raised an eyebrow. I think you lost that a whole while ago, he joked. No, I'm serious. I mean, it's not possible that I actually heard her earlier. He shrugged. I mean, you did hear a knock. I don't think it was actually her, though. Max and I used to make fun of the superstition. When we were younger, before Ruby disappeared, we once played Ding Dong Ditch. After a few houses, Max decided to knock once at the door of our neighbor, Mrs. Tlatelski. Someone saw us, though, and Max got the biggest lecture of his life from his grandpa, like it was a really big deal. My parents weren't happy either, but Max was grounded for 2 months, during which his grandpa told him all sorts of horror stories from this town. I don't think it was her either, but I do think it was mimicking her, or trying to, I said. For what it's worth, I think it was smart that you didn't open the door. Maybe we're all just a little crazy, but better safe than sorry, right? Max offered to stay the night, and I immediately said yes. We got the air mattress and watched movies until I started to hear him snoring. The good thing about Max was I never felt awkward around him. He regularly stayed over since we were little, especially often after Ruby was gone. Having him here really helped against the silence. My mind became easier, and my body heavier. Real thoughts started to mix with dreams. I was beginning to fall asleep. And then there was another knock. It came from the front door downstairs, but I heard it loud and clearly. My heart started racing, just like it did this afternoon. Max, did you hear that? I whispered, but he didn't answer.
Lala, it's dark. Please come and get me.
Ruby's new voice cried from outside.
Max, please tell me you hear this.
I looked over at him, but he didn't move. Finally, I collected the courage to get up and turn on the lights. The eyes of my friend were wide open, but he didn't speak. He didn't move. I ran over to him and tried to shake him, but his whole body was stiff. Only his eyes moved.
Let me in!
The voice from downstairs screamed. I didn't know what to do anymore. Max was clearly awake, but it seemed as if something was holding him back, almost like he was having sleep paralysis, but with his eyes open.
They're pulling me away, Lala. Please help me.
don't know what happened then, but I immediately jumped up and ran downstairs. Some kind of instinct kicked in. Maybe it was her. Maybe I could pull her back inside. But if this was really Ruby, was she also the one doing this to Max? My hands touched the cold door handle, moving almost as if I was in a trance.
I have Jack. They fixed him, Lala. We don't need to fight anymore.
Those words pierced through my body and woke something up inside of me. I stepped away from the door and walked back upstairs, passing my room where Max was still lying still. But I didn't stop. I walked to the next room, Ruby's old bedroom. Everything there looked just the way it did when she was still here. My parents could never change it. Everything was still the same. And Jack was still placed on her bed, where I put it 5 years ago, after I had sewn it back together. They almost got me. That's it. That's the Don't Open the Door when there's only one knock story. Pretty decent. Decently spooky. Those urban legend things are always kind of like, ooh, I don't know about that. And the way it played out with, like, the immediate belief of it and it continuing to, like, just try over and over with different methods. Not even mentioning Jack until she had spoken of Jack to Max. And they was like, oh, hey, I have new information to use. But it didn't have all the information. So it fucked up. Interesting stuff. It also wasn't as long as I expected it to be. So we might be able to do one more. Let's see. Let's try... The other... one other option got one vote in the poll. And that was the someone snaps their fingers outside my window every night at 3 a.m. The neighbors warned me not to look at him. Which is one of the longest ones here. But that could be the finale here. Because it was voted on as well. So, now, for real, the final story for the day. I heard it my first night in the new house. Someone walking down the street and snapping their fingers with both hands in the middle of the night. Shit. I had forgotten to close my curtains. Earlier that day, an older couple came over with a saran-wrapped plate of muffins and a warning. They told me that every night at 3 a.m., someone walks outside the house and snaps his fingers. They said that I should never, under any circumstances, look at the man. If I did, I would sorely regret it. When I asked them what happened if you looked at him, they didn't say a word. Instead, they just looked at each other, and the husband shook his head. Now I was in my room, and the snapping man was on his way. I was just about to get out of bed and shut the curtains when suddenly the next snap came from right outside the bedroom window. I let out a startled cry. The house was a good 20 feet from the public sidewalk and separated by a garden gate and then a row of bushes. Somehow, he had cleared that distance in less than a second. I covered my face with the pillow and curled up into a ball. A whispered prayer escaped my lips, and I hoped that God was stronger than whatever was outside. The thing started walking back and forth, going just past my house each time. His snapping started out slow and rhythmic, but got faster and faster each time until it reached a feverish speed. As they sped up, the snaps grew louder,
much louder than any sound a human snap could make, to the point that they rattled the window glass in its pain and drowned out every other sound. I began to shake and shouted for Jesus to protect me. Part of me wanted desperately to jump out of bed and face whatever monster was outside, but I thought back to my neighbor's visit and resisted the urge. It wasn't even their warning that persuaded me. It was the look on their faces when I asked what happened to those who chose to look. They both turned white as ghosts, like the blood had been drained from their heads, and their faces twisted in nauseating fear at the memory of neighbors who hadn't heeded their warnings. It was the kind of instant animal reaction that you cannot hide even when you try, so I knew that whatever happened to those who looked, it had to be terrifying. Even so, it was difficult to lie there defenseless in bed while the snaps grew so loud that I thought my eardrums might burst. I tried stuffing the corners of my pillow down my ears, but it did nothing to quiet the incessant roar. Then there was silence. The noise stopped so suddenly that it was almost startling. From outside, a gravelly, reptilian voice said, not in a whisper, but in a low and quiet tone,
Good night.
Footsteps went away from the window and back up the road in the direction they came. It wasn't until the footsteps trailed off that I noticed the sound of someone crying. After a moment, I realized it was me. I was crying. No, sobbing uncontrollably. The experience had been absolutely terrible and frightening in a way I cannot put into words. The worst part was that the louder the snaps got, the more I wanted to look at who was doing them. It wasn't just a morbid curiosity, it was almost as if the sound was beckoning me, like an audible angler fish was inviting me into its razor-filled jaws. I got up without opening my eyes and shut the window curtains. It took 4 more hours to fall asleep, and even then, only because the sun was starting to rise and the world felt safe again. Didn't sound like snapping, Squints. It was totally snapping. It was just louder snapping. Just like how his snapping didn't sound like snapping anymore. And hello, Shah. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic Halloween. Pleasure to see you. We're just finishing up some spooky, scary stories here. It's a good time. I know how much you love spooky stories, so you're welcome to stick around. But I do have to say, you, in my mind, are a notorious cock gobbler, and not in the traditional sense of being a righteous slut, but in the sense that you nom on those and devour them for strength. Because as everybody knows, when you eat the genitals of another creature, you gain its powers. And you are a power-hungry megalomaniac devouring cocks in order to become the most strong being in the universe that you possibly could. All of that power running through your veins just from what you're doing. The horrendous acts you have accomplished have no words that can describe them, aside from gardener without proper fertilizer. You gumball machine that gets jammed up anytime a quarter's put into it. You clockwork tomato tosser. You shit-brained baby face intestinal yeast. You stupid cunt. How dare you spend an exorbitant amount of points just to call me cute? You're not wrong, though. I'm fucking adorable. I'm so goddamn cute. Look at me, I'm so fucking precious. I'm like one of those little like teacup poodles or some shit. I don't know. I'm fucking adorable. Nothing. There's nothing in the world that is cuter than I am.
I'm a tomato. I'm a tomato. I'm a tomato. Look at me move.
There you go. Enjoy. And with that, I should continue with the story. After a while, I developed certain strategies for coping with my nightly visitor. At first, I tried putting earplugs in before going to bed, but that didn't do anything to cover up the sound of the snapping. Worse still, the goodbye at the end was always as clear as if I had my ear up against the wall. I asked around, and some people in the neighborhood let me know that you could help drown out the noise by leaving a fan on through the night. It sounded dumb at first, but I was desperate enough to try anything at that point, and sure enough, it worked. The snapping was still loud, but endurable, and after a week I was sleeping through the whole thing. In order to make sure I never accidentally looked out the window, I tied the curtain shut and put a box over the sill for an added layer of protection. I also constructed a wall of cardboard around the corner of my bed closet, or of my bed closest to the window, so if I happened to look over there in the middle of the night, and the box had in some way fallen off and the curtain were somehow open, I still wouldn't see him. I even put tripwire in front of the window, so that if I were to try and unblock the window in my sleep, I would fall over and wake up. I know, it's a lot of precautionary stuff, but what would you do in my situation? I was determined to not be like one of those dumbasses in scary movies who know there's an imminent threat and just keep going about things as usual. And when the monster gets them, everyone in the audience thinks, I told you so, fuck that. Once I fine-tuned my nighttime defense strategies, my life started getting back to normal. I joined a book club, settled into my new job, and even became friends with a couple coworkers. One was a goofy guy named Tyler who was stupid in a fun-to-be-around kind of way, and the other was a beautiful girl I was flirting with named Amanda. Everything was going great, until I had the dumb idea to invite both of them over for a little party at my place. We started off with board games, pizza, and beer, then more beer, then some pizza, and finally some more beer. At one point, Tyler got up to use the pisser, as he put it, and I seized the opportunity to capitalize on the liquid courage I had in my system, and made a move on Amanda. I was just building up to it when Tyler shouted out,
What the fuck is this stuff in your room?
I froze. I had gone so long without waking up at 3 a.m. that I had half forgotten about the thing that roamed the neighborhood. I looked down at my watch. 2:55 a.m. Shit. I had let time get away from me. I got up and ran to my bedroom, and Amanda followed me.
Don't touch it! Get away from the window!
I shouted at Tyler, who was peeling back the box on the windowsill. He and Amanda stared at me with their mouths gaping open, and I knew I had to explain myself. I told them all about the thing that comes by every night at 3 a.m., and how it was incredibly dangerous to look at him. I expected them to think I was crazy, but that wasn't exactly how they reacted.
Whoa,
Tyler gasped.
So, like, your neighborhood is haunted?
Well, yeah, I guess, technically. But it's not a huge deal as long as you stay away from that window, I said.
So, like, you've never even seen the guy that does this?
He asked me. I shook my head.
How do you know it isn't just some random loser playing a prank?
Trust me, if you heard it, you would know that it isn't anything human, I told him. He looked at me with a flash of excitement.
What time is it?
He asked. I checked my watch again. 2:58, I stuttered, and then looked at him in terror. I did not want them to witness the snapping. For some reason, it just felt dangerous to have them around. I worried something unexpected would happen, something out of my control, like Amanda tripping and accidentally ripping down the box in the window, or Tyler being Tyler and trying to drunk fight the monster. I mean, they were two highly intoxicated young adults, and we were at what shared a passing resemblance to a party. I was basically playing with fire inside a fuel tank. We need to get out of here. Let's go back into the living room. Come on, I blurted and tried to herd the two of them out of my room, but Tyler wouldn't budge.
No fucking way, man. Now that we're here, I want to hear this thing. I'm staying.
I could tell he meant it. and I didn't know what I could do to convince him to leave. Before I could even think of something else to say, I heard it. The snaps were starting to come down the street. "He's coming," I said, mostly to myself. Tyler and Amanda fell silent and strained to listen for the sound of his arrival.
I don't hear.
Amanda started to say, but she was cut off by the sudden sound of snapping that came from right outside the window. I groaned. He was here. Tyler, who was facing the window, fell backwards onto the floor.
Holy shit,
He giggled.
it's real.
I didn't like the look I saw on Tyler's face. He was eyeing the window up and down like it was a roller coaster he was about to ride, a plunge into adventure that he was ready to take. "Come over here, Tyler. It's not safe by the window," I said, but my words were lost on him.
Tyler, get over here.
Amanda yelled. The snapping started to get louder, and Tyler's visage changed from excited to afraid. However, that glimmer of adventure still shone in his eyes. "Why can't we look at him again?" Tyler shouted over the growing noise. He started to move, hesitantly, towards the rattling window. I tried to shout back an answer, but the snapping was already deafening, and it drowned out any sound of my voice. "Where is that fan?" I looked around desperately for the fan that could quiet the all-consuming noise. I could have sworn I left it in its usual place. Amanda covered her ears and crouched down to her knees. I could tell by her face that she was crying. For a second, I bent down to comfort her, and when I looked up, I just barely caught sight of Tyler's mouth moving. I'm not the best lip reader, but I could tell he said something like,
I think I'm going to open the window.
As he reached to pull the box off the windowsill. I sprang up from the floor across the room towards him and shouted with all my might for him to stop. But it was too late. Just as I was about to reach him, Tyler undid the curtains, and he laid eyes on the terrible thing outside. I shielded my own eyes with my elbow just in time, but that didn't stop me from hearing Tyler's screams. Because as soon as Tyler opened the curtains, the snapping stopped. The thing outside the window let out a deep, animal moan of pleasure. And then all we could hear was a mortifying, blood-curdling wail. It came from Tyler, and it sounded like a mix between a terrible human shriek and the squeal of a pig being slaughtered. I felt bad for him, but at the same time I didn't know what I could do to help without putting myself in danger. Thankfully, the screaming soon subsided, and after a few seconds of silence, I decided to open my eyes. Tyler was sitting in the corner, slumped over like a drunk. His mouth was turned up in a slight smile, and drool poured out of the corner. "Tyler," I began to talk to him. He looked over when I said his name, and I saw that his eyeballs were all white. They didn't have pupils or irises, not even any veins. They were just pure white, like two cue balls stuck in his skull. He smiled wider. "Tyler, are you all right?" I asked.
I'm fine,
He said dryly as he stood up.
I looked at the Watcher, and he has helped me truly see.
He took a step toward us.
I think you two should look. I promise you won't regret it.
He took another step forward and reached a hand out in our direction.
Just take a quick peek. I won't tell anyone.
At that moment, a dull thud came from the window. Tyler went on talking and staggering towards us. I put a protective arm out in front of Amanda in a feeble attempt at shielding her from whatever terribleness had entered the body of our friend.
You should take a look. It's not so bad. It's not like what they've told you.
There's another thud against the window. It sounded like something was pounding on the glass.
I promise. I wouldn't lie to friends,
Tyler said.
Do I look like I'm hurt?
I wanted to answer that he did look hurt, but I knew it wouldn't do much. There was something very wrong with him. Looking out the window had changed him. Tyler, what is that thing doing? I asked him tentatively as I took a cautious step backward.
Who?
Tyler asked me. That thing outside.
Oh. He's banging his head on the glass. He says that once someone looks at him, he's allowed to come in.
As he said those words, there was another thud, and the glass made a cracking noise. I turned around to look at Amanda, and said the last words I would ever speak to her.
Get out, now!
She took off running, and I followed close after. Behind us, I heard Tyler call out, this time in his normal voice, as if the real Tyler had fought his way out of the prison that was his mind.
Wait! Take me with you! I can't see!
I paused and almost turned back. But that was when the window shattered, and I knew that going back for him meant certain doom for us both. It was hard to leave my friend behind like that, but I told myself there was nothing I could do. It would have been like one drowning person trying to save another, so I took off. By the time I got through the front door, Amanda was already out of sight. Her car wasn't in the driveway, so I assumed she made it to safety. My car was in the garage, and the keys were up in my room, so I ran away on foot. New screams and the sounds of tearing flesh echoed out into the night as I crossed the lawn and scampered down the sidewalk. There was so much adrenaline in my system that running was not difficult, even though I was severely out of shape. I ran until my frantic legs carried me to a public place, a fast food restaurant that I had never noticed before. Thank God it was open. I burst inside and collapsed onto the sticky tile floor where a worker had just mopped. He looked slightly annoyed, but not in the least bit shocked. I guess the graveyard staff at a fast food place see a lot of crazy shit. As soon as I regained my breath, I pulled out my phone and called 911. I told the operator that someone had broken in and attacked my friend. I hoped there was still a chance for Tyler, but in my gut, I knew that it was over for him. The operator asked where I lived. When I gave her the address, her tone of voice completely changed. Did he look out the window? She asked. I guess emergency services was already aware of the thing that wandered the neighborhood. Yeah, he did, I sniffled. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there's nothing we can do for your friend. We will try to recuperate most of your belongings in the morning, but you cannot go back to that house. Do you have somewhere else you can stay? She asked. I was speechless. There was nothing they could do. What was that thing that went snapping outside my window every night, and how was it so terrifying that even 911 wouldn't mess with it? Eventually, I lied to her and said I could stay at her relative's house, but truthfully I had nowhere to go. My only two friends in the area were Tyler and Amanda, one of whom was literally in the belly of the beast and the other wasn't answering my calls. I bought a cheeseburger and a soda and spent the rest of the night lying in a booth at that fast food place. Now I live in a new city, in a new neighborhood. I have a good job and I'm even making a few friends at work. Things are going great, but I'm starting to get a little worried. My next door neighbors just called and said that they want to come over to discuss some community guidelines. They said it has something to do with locking your doors every time there's a full moon. I swear, I can't take this stuff anymore. Why can't I just find a decent place to live? That's it. That's the story. Tyler, stop, you fool. Tyler, no, no! I hate it! No, he's not allowed! Well, you enjoyed that story? You had a good time with it? Yeah, it was a fun little one. And we read most of the stories I had set aside. There are 3 left that we're not going to get to, as well as a series that I'm not going to get to, but hey, there's always time in the future. And hello, Air. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. Thank you for suffering along with us. Happy Halloween, etc. I do need to set up the raffle here. So if anybody wants to enter the raffle for a deluxe edition of the Quarry on Steam, now is your final opportunity to hit that channel point redeem as I'm filling out this spinner wheel. Let's see, we got... $6 for Gary. $6 for Poppy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 6. I should probably stagger these a little bit more because right now it's just big old blocks of all of their names. On Gary, Pup, 1 for Reaper, 1 for no, 1 for Gary again, 1 for Puppy, 1 for Violet, 1 for Gary, 1 for Puppy, 1 for Lulu, 1 for Gary, 1 for Puppy, 1 for Violet, 1 for Gary, 1 for Puppy, 1 for Quasar, 1 for Violet, 1 for Penguin. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds okay. I'm recovering from the spooks. Some good ones there. Or if someone wins and gives it back to Kuvar. I mean, technically it could work. I own the Quarry. I don't own the Quarry Deluxe Edition, so I would get the DLC for it, I guess. But also, I'd probably just ship it off to somebody else anyways. So there. Those are our entrants. Now we will spin the wheel, make a deal. I'm here. Don't worry, I'm still here. Bow, 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 bow. Who's gonna win? Bow, 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 bow. Could be you. Bow, bow. Here we go. Violet inexplicably has won 2 raffles in a row. That is insane. What are the chances? What are the chances? Like, really? That's ridiculous. Well, congratulations, Violet Ignitus. Which seems appropriate. I know Violet is a huge fan of the Quarry, loves it a lot, and watches, like, the movie mode pretty frequently, just as, like, a good movie to watch. Fucking rigged! Hey, man. Hey, man, I put the names in there. You seen it. Look, they're one after the other. They're all there. Violet had fewer than you or Gary, but it is what it is. I don't make the rules. It was very close to you, though, Puppy. It was very close to you right there. Look how close that spinner wheel is. Look at that. Just to rub that in a little bit, just to really rub that in right there. My points. It's okay, Puppy. These things will happen. And you don't spend too many points over here anyways, not frequently. You save them up for, like, burbing and chugs. Pretty much. So it's okay to spend them every once in a while, right? It was a valid attempt. A valiant effort, even. I do make the raffles a little bit expensive. Maybe I should make the raffles a little cheaper in the future, because I'm sure there's some people who might be interested who probably can't afford that much. I want it to be worth, like, somebody having to have watched a while to be able to afford the points for it. So maybe I'd drop them down, like, maybe 444 or something, so it's still kind of pricey, but not, like, as bad. I don't know, we'll see. We'll be having another raffle in the future. I got some more stuff to raffle off, including... The next raffle will probably be Dark Pictures Anthology House of Ashes, because I have a code for that from Humble Choice as well. So, fitting into the spooky theme, there will be a raffle in the near future for Dark Pictures Anthology House of Ashes, so you can start saving up your points for that. I'll probably give it a week or two or something before I do that one, so people have some time to recoup their lost points in case they want to enter the raffle. More video games! I get so many codes that I'm just not going to use or I already own the game for, so it just seems like it is a good thing to just share that with other people who might be interested, if I can. It looks like, let's see. Let's see who is streaming what right now. How about... yeah. We'll send a raid over to Rez. Rez is playing some Warhammer Vermintide 2 right now. We'll just go say hi. I'll probably have to get out and go get ready for bed because I gotta get to work in the morning again. But I hope you all enjoyed our spooky, scary story reading time here. I know that my reading things is often something that people enjoy, just to like sit back, vibe, and listen to some stories. There will be some more of this in the future, of course. I do enjoy doing this. Just I have video games I want to play as well, so it's kind of balanced out. And I think these are probably better like every once in a while rather than a common, frequent thing, perhaps. But we can always do some more SCP reading in the future. There's some other short stories I could potentially read, some spooky stories, things like that. Maybe we'll do another Christmassy time, spooky story reading time, just like last year. Could be kind of fun. We'll see. We'll see what we get around to. Thank you for the stories. Thank you for fun stories, Spook. Thank you all for enjoying, and thank you for your kindness, your kind words. Here will be the raid command for if you do not have my emotes. If you do have my emotes, you can use that. We will be back this Thursday with the winner of the poll to decide what spooky game I play to wind down Spooky Season Official. We'll be back with Slay the Princess, a psychological horror visual novel with a really neat art style that I don't know much about beyond that, but it looks really neat and I'm interested to see how that goes. So maybe we can get together, hang out, and slay some princesses, why not? And then I'll be back on Saturday for a shorter stream because I have a friend's birthday party in the evening. So we'll be back for some more Hi-Fi Rush finally. We'll try to do at least 1 or 2 acts. We'll kind of see how long they take. They're of varying length, and they seem to take me about like an hour to 2 hours each time. So we might be able to finish 2. We'll see. We'll be finishing Hi-Fi Rush over the next couple weeks, as well as continuing on with more Dugas and the Dark Urge. Continuing into the future, and I have a couple other things that will be leaking in there from time to time. I am planning, I'm very excited and I can't stop myself. I am planning on playing Alan Wake 2 at some point, probably not until after I finish Hi-Fi Rush at the very least, but I've been very excited for that game for a while. I love Alan Wake. I love the series. I love Control. All of that stuff is my jam. And I'm really excited for Alan Wake 2. So that will be coming up in the near future. Hopefully not too long. We'll see. It could be a couple weeks from now. But finishing Hi-Fi Rush first. Continuing some Baldur's Gate 3. We have a couple other things we might fuck around with. Elden Ring's probably going to be a little bit of ways off until I finish some of these shorter things first. Elden Ring is not dead. I know I've been saying that for a year. It is not dead. It will be back. I just want to finish up some of these shorter games I have on my list, including some things that I need to do for the Donathon still, because I'm way behind on all of those rewards. So probably won't get back to Elden Ring until at the very least we finish Cult of the Lamb. We'll see how it goes. I still have to do a karaoke stream for that as well. I have a special series of streams that I want to start that I've been planning on doing since I hit 400 followers, actually. So it's quite a ways away, like a year ago. I have Pokemon Scarlet and Nuzlocke I'm nearly finished with and have all the pieces I just need to put together for the reintroduction to that. There's a lot of stuff coming. A lot of cool, neat things happening in the near future. So you can look forward to all of that. Hello, Snake. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Wake man, you do amazing. I'll do my best at the very least. I'm really excited for it. But hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you had a wonderful, fantastic Halloween yourself. And I hope that you are doing well and that you got some good rest and some good food today. And wank. Wank. Slay some princesses. I think it's just the one princess, but I don't know for sure. We'll find out. Now you gotta do a 500. Well, no, the proper celebration is, I think it's for like 430. I think, because I didn't notice that I hit 400 right away, and then I thought it was funny to celebrate a number that was non-standard. So we'll get around to it. Well, enjoying lurking here all through. I did the hard works. You did fantastic. Well, thank you. You're very sweet. I'm glad you enjoyed your lurking. You got some good works in there. I know you got a lot of neat stuff yourself that you're working on. Speaking of which, go check out Snake if you haven't already. He's been doing a lot of neat stuff recently himself, including actually currently working through Alan Wake 1. So if you are interested in some Alan Wake content and that would be the way to go. I will not be playing Alan Wake on stream because I have limited time and will not be replaying games that commonly. Plus, Snake is doing it right now, so you'll get plenty of a good opportunity to experience it through him. It'll be fantastic. I'll just do a quick recap of the story before I do Alan Wake 2, whenever that is, and kind of give you a rundown. From my understanding, they made Alan Wake 2 so that you can still enjoy it if you are unfamiliar with the previous ones. Obviously, you get more out of it the more you are aware of and the more you know, but you can still enjoy it without it, from what I understand. At least that's what I've been told, so we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. You didn't have to, but thank you, dude, for that beautiful shout-out hat on. I did put the shout-out hat on, you're right. But yeah, you can go check out that. He also was playing Yakuza 5 recently. He got finally to the Haruka sections. My baby girl, sweet, precious Haruka. She's going to live her dreams and make everybody smile. There's some good stuff happening over there. Get that good Alan Wake too. Oh, yeah. Haruka forever!
Te amo less than 3.
That, I don't know if I'll ever get used to that sound. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that. It catches me off guard every time. Like, I just hear it, like, what's going on? Take my amos as well in return for 28 months, over 2 years, well on your way to 2.5 years. Truly, from the beginning, from the very, very early stages, you have been by my side and you have built me up stronger than I ever could have imagined. Thank you. Bless you. Take all of my amos and my helicopters as well. Couldn't hold back before the end. What was that? That, Shark, was the new subscription sound alert that was voted on in September as a new September sound alert that I said I'd probably keep for a little while after, and am sticking by my word and keeping it for a little while after. Who knows how long it'll last, so get your kicks in while you can. I still have it set as well to make the sound for each gifted sub, so if people ever gift subs, like when Violet went crazy, Violet and Pong went crazy a couple weeks ago, it went crazy as well. Forgot about the sound, yep. I forget about it every time somehow, and it surprises me. I think I'll probably have to change it once it no longer surprises.
Confused cat.
Thank you, Shark, for subscribing with Prime for 16 months. You're nearly at a year and a half, too. Damn. That confused cat was very funny. It's a very appropriate reaction, truly. This is the way it is meant to be. It's just like, sorry, the what? The what noise? What are you doing? You're getting close to 30 months. Yeah, you are. You're nearly there. Almost at that big 3-0. Just like I am. This coming 2024, I will become 3-0. Getting younger every day. Take them all, baby. Always. I am actually... This is way ahead of time, but I am planning on doing an actual special stream for my birthday for once. It's not something I do commonly because I have weird perspectives on birthdays sometimes. But it feels like a big one. So I'm going to be doing that. Plus, my birthday actually falls on a Saturday this year. So it's like a perfect timing to do some sort of shindig with that. So look forward to the upcoming future where I do some sort of silly stream for the birthday. Claps hands again. Again. Thank you, Penguin, for gifting a sub. This is a draft now, something about turtle sex, I don't know, to Duskfire. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. You don't have to do that. Y'all motherfuckers starting an accidental hype train. It's okay. We'll raid out before the hype train gets like down to the last couple seconds even. It'll be good. Old bear. I'm not old. I'm young and vivacious and powerful. So sorry. So sorry. A special birth. Once in a lifetime. I mean, it's always possible I could do other ones in the future, but because I'm doing a birthday stream this next year, does that mean I won't do an anniversary? Or will I just do the anniversary as well because I don't care? I'll do whatever the fuck. What if... Hold on. When is my anniversary? When is it exactly? Hold on. I can find this. My streaming anniversary is on that date, which is... It's a Wednesday this year, so that will not work out. I was gonna say, if that happens to be a Saturday this year as well, that'd be nuts, but it's not. It's a Wednesday. Will it be an anniversary? It might be something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll fuck around. We'll find out. At the very least, I'll be having a special birthday stream a couple months from now. The anniversary may or may not happen. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll just combine the anniversary with New Year's Eve Celebrapalooza or something. There's no rules. We'll do whatever the fuck we want. We can rewrite history. We can make things change. We can make it all change. We can make it the date that I announced my anniversary or something. That'll be the way it works. All right. So, again, we got raid messages. Got a little distracted. Talking about the future. So, yeah, Slay the Princess this Thursday at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have Hi-Fi Rush coming Saturday at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. Then we'll continue into the future with Hi-Fi Rush and Baldur's Gate, and we'll see where we go from there. The world is our oyster. There's a lot of cool stuff coming. Things are coming together, and I don't know when they'll be finished, in large part because I need the time to work on them, and I work too much, but we'll get there someday. Take care, Mono, and everyone here. Make sure to rest. Absolutely. All y'all motherfuckers do it as well. I'll be heading straight to the get ready for bed room so I can get ready for bed because it's not too late right now, but I know it takes me a while to get ready for bed sometimes, so I need to get started shortly. So as I said, we're going to be rating Rez, who's playing Vermintide right now, having a good time out there, and I will see you all in the future. Thank you to everybody who stuck around for a while. I hope I could provide you with some kind of a smile as you have done for me. Thank you to those of you who stopped by to say hi, even just for a moment. Happy Halloween to you. Thank you to the lurkers You are my lifeblood, truly. And of course, as always, never forget, they're right behind you.
Urban Boy 7